Ooh, good morning, good afternoon, whatever it is with you, or good evening for some of you, maybe. Hello, welcome back. We have got, hang on, I need to take this down. What have we got today? We have got Judge Boyd today. But before all that, Sarah P on cue as always. Welcome everyone and thanks for joining. Please hit the like, subscribe, and notification bell. And if you press the notification, if you press the notification bell, you'll get to know when I go live. We have got Judge Boyd. We're picking up where we left off on Friday with Judge Boyd. We're 1.5 witnesses in. The trial is over. We're going to play it all through today. I don't think it's going to be that long. Probably a 5-6 hour day. So it's all good. Right. Yes, I hope you're all well anyway. And obviously, if you'd like to support me and the channel, please go to PayPal. I get to keep 100% of PayPal proceeds, and I get roughly about 30%, 35% on YouTube. Also, please become a member and get involved with the members only streams. I think you'll enjoy it. I certainly enjoy doing stuff like that. Right, I am gonna get the video up. We're not gonna hang about today. We're not hanging about. Those are here. We are ready to go. Once I get this, sorry, I was a minute late because I was trying to get everything ready. On. That's gone to the wrong page. Here's me trying to be organized. So this is where we stopped on Friday. For those that might be new and not seen this trial, I'll go through the trial for everybody in a minute, just so you're aware of what's going on. I've got my trusty notepad out just to have a look, obviously. Um, right, hang on, there we are. So this is a SA case for a minor under the age of 17. Guy's name is Richard Thomas. He's not Welsh before everyone starts. He's from obviously San Antonio because that's where this is happening. He's a stepfather. He's accused of um, doing not so nice things to his stepdaughter, who they haven't pinpointed the ages and stuff yet, but roughly may have started when she was 9 years old, but most definitely they were sort of in a kind of relationship when they were about 14, when she was 14. Um, yes, well, Sarah P is here, so we do need a trigger warning for Sarah P because she is dangerous. Sarah P is dangerous, especially on a Monday morning, guys. You know what she's like. You know, we saw her last Monday. Woof. But thanks, Sarah P. Yes, it is very much a trigger warning trial. Um, as I say, the trial has finished, but as long as no one bloody goes and looks us up at stuff, then we're fine. There's 4 counts for it, but I didn't write them down. Oopsies, I forgot to write them down. I wrote some other stuff down, but not this trial. Oopsies. Uh-oh, she's here. That's right, don't mess with me. There she is. There she is. Do you know what? Hang on, has it loaded yet? I had a I had copyright issue for my stream last night. Still not uploaded properly yet. So my NFL stream, well, not NFL, football stream, I loved it. There wasn't many of us there last night, but it doesn't matter. I loved it. I really enjoyed it yesterday. I came out of the stream very happy. Um, but I got copyrighted because of 2 musics and stuff. And also for having the NFL in the title. It's so pedantic. You can't have, well, I'm not supposed to have NFL in the title. So um they've cut me off. I'm not allowed to make any money off of it. And I've had to mute the songs as well, which they're doing for me, but still. Oh, YouTube is so pedantic sometimes. Well, I don't think it's YouTube. I think it's, well, it is YouTube, but it's also the NFL. Pedantic, I tell you. I tell you, pedantic. Right. 'Cause I don't, mention that much about it. Um, okay. Jeez, okay. Fine, not a problem. Just trying this. We're gonna start it now anyway. I'm not gonna wait for people if they wanna be somewhere else. That's up to them. It's me and Sarah P. We are here. The main peeps are here. Some other people are here, but I don't know who they are, so they've not said anything. But whether you're new, whether you're old, don't feel don't feel uh, just say hello and chat. It's all good. The NFL will get you for anything. So I had a bot come in as well saying, NFL streams, bam, 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 bam. Post about 8 times or 10 times. So that's a bit of a nightmare. But yeah, they basically demonetized me and 2 songs. So when you watch it again, like it's probably about 4 minutes worth of content's gonna be muted. And yeah, gotta take the NFL out of my um thumbnail and also from my title. I've done it all, but it still hasn't. I think it's still up there, but it hasn't loaded properly yet. I had to leave it overnight because you can only do one of them at a time, and it takes about 12 hours just to one muting of a song. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know who else is here. Say hello, guys. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. We're gonna give it 2 more minutes, then we're going. We are going. I've got everything set up. Yes, that's all set up. That's good. Jesus. Um, Lois Kid. Hello, Lois Kid. I'm not sure if you've seen this, Lois Kid. Were you with us last week? I'm not sure when we were watching this. So basically, the first witness is she's now 26, but the victim, but she's not been finished crossed yet because we have to jump into this witness. So we've not missed much, but it is an essay trial. Um, so just in case anybody who wasn't aware, it's an essay trial, and yeah, be careful. We're just gonna wait 1 more minute, just because I'm trying to get some stuff here done as well. And yeah, at the time, it started when she was 9 years old by her stepfather, and then when she was 14, basically she felt that they were in a relationship. So um, you'll be able to see Judge Boyd, the witness. I don't remember the witness's name. I think she's on cross now. So you've only missed the state questioning the victim. So obviously the best part is obviously gonna be the cross anyway, so you've not missed. They've done a bit of cross, but not much, because this witness had to come in, because she had to be done this day. The trial is actually over, so we're gonna by the end of this trial, we will know the result. We'll know the verdict. So I actually know the verdict by accident, but we'll know the whole verdict. Um, so there's nothing to wait for. So with that, if there's any questions, put it in chat. But with that, we're gonna play it, and take it from here. And everyone else, please say hello in chat. We do not bite. And now we got it again. Oh,
He denied the allegations. He was
the subtitles on. Well, I sort of
made
did.
aware of the
Basically,
allegations. He did not.
what I just recap there is what we got. Like kid, it's essentially a stepdaughter who's accused the stepdad of SAing her. That and that's it. And she was 9 when it started. Then she was 14 when they were sort of in a relationship, or she believed they were, and that's it. That is it. That's all we know. Because it's only just started. Genuinely, only just started. We've not even. I'm not sure if this is cross or not, but we've not even had cross yet. So literally, this is it. Or the only other thing I know is that the mother has taken the side of her boyfriend, her husband, sorry. Here she is, Erin Hack. Hi, Erin. Hello, how are you? Hope you're well. Thanks for being here. Yes, so that's it. I'll do a couple of Erin again. This is an SA case. I think Erin was here anyway. The victim is now 26. At the time, she was between the ages of 9 and 14. Um, and I can't go into more details than that, guys, because I don't have much more. I know that the mother supports him and not her, and he obviously denies it. She's been on the witness stand and Cross had to finish early because of this witness. So she's coming back on next after this witness. So hopefully we'll know a lot more after that, you know. So yeah, let's get into it.
denied the allegations. And then I also did a risk assessment with him, family history, and also let him know the safety plan of them.
Okay. And what was the safety plan that was put in place?
So just to remind you, this is still the state questioning her as well. So we had a little bit of the state. She, I believe, came in and assessed so she made the allegation and she came in and assessed it and stuff.
Just no contact while the investigation was being conducted.
And who was he supposed to not have contact with?
With Santa's children, just while the investigation, she went to go live with her mother while the investigation was being conducted.
And when did this first interview with the defendant take place?
Erin, you've been working hard lately, so if anyone deserves a break, it's you. Hopefully we keep you entertained today, but rest up, look after yourself. Hopefully everyone's looking after you. We appreciate you. And yeah, you're working too hard, Erin, you know that, so rest up, girl. We're here for you. Hopefully you enjoy the stream.
If you must refer to safety.
I first met with him, it was February the 20th, 2007.
And you said you met with him a second time, correct?
Yes,
When was the second interview conducted with the defendant?
the second interview was March 1st, 2007.
So approximately, just a few weeks later.
Yes,
And that second interview, who asked for that interview to be done?
Mr. Thomas contacted me and asked if he could meet with me.
And what did he want to meet with you regarding?
He wanted to let me know that he had touched Nina inappropriately, and he said he felt bad about it, and he also wanted to get some help for it.
Now, did the defendant ever make a written statement regarding
Happy days, Erin. Happy
his
days.
admission?
Yes,
And was that written by Mr. Thomas?
Mr. Thomas had asked if we could write it, so I had our admin come in, and he dictated what he wanted to say to her, and so she wrote it, and then she typed it out, and then it was read to him and asked if it was correct and if anything needed to be changed, and he said no, that it was fine, and we all three signed it at the same time.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Castellanos, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 2. What is that document?
This is a statement that he dictated, that my secretary, our admin, typed out and read to him, and then we all three signed it.
And when was that statement?
March 1st, 2007,
And how do you know that?
because it's dated March 1st, 2007.
After everything's
Oh, it's dated March 1st, 2007.
And has this document been edited or altered in any way to your knowledge?
No,
And is it a true and accurate copy of the statement that was signed on March 1st, 2007?
yes,
And Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to admit State's Exhibit number 2 into evidence.
I believe lawyers, case she works for the government. I believe. I can't be 100% though, but something tells me she worked for the government. Um, and she was going in there to do an assessment. But I could be completely wrong, but essentially she was going in to do an assessment because essentially the daughter, when she was a bit younger, accused him of the same thing, of SAing her, but then retracted it all. On the stand, she said she retracted it because her mother told her to retract it. That's why she retracted it. The allegations of SA, and I'm not sure where she fits in now as a witness um, on that. So, but I think she's independent. I think she's from the government. Um, yeah. Anyone new coming in? This is a trial. We're going to finish this trial today. Yeah, oh dear, yeah, I forgot about that's the other bit that her mother made a um state that it never happened in the end. This is interesting because the mother is literally on her husband's side. Um, the other thing, sorry, I should have said was so her mother, obviously he's her stepfather, but then they've also got two children together. Then I believe. Um, and the other thing we found out was that the victim herself has been accused of assaulting her sister. So it's all messed up. But we'll find out more about that on cross later. But it's all messed up. This family is totally messed up, is what I can tell you. Right, people, remember to like the video as well. I mean, there's more people in here than what there are likes. Just lost half the viewers by stopping here, but I don't care because it's the way we do things. So yeah, that's where we're at anyway. So it's bigger than what just we thought it was. And I don't know that detail because they went into it on cross and they stopped. So hopefully they go into it again on cross. We don't. The trouble with these kind of trials are they're
Your Honor, I'm
great.
gonna object for the incomplete
They're great, but there's no paperwork for them. So we never know what is 100% involved until it's elaborated throughout. So that's why I can't really give a brilliant update because I was shocked when the cross was on and she was accused of, well, he was doing things to her sister. She denied it, obviously, but I was like, "What? That was a turnaround. Did not expect that to happen." So, yes, here we go. Mother.
of the record. If the prosecutor wants to introduce the letter, it should be the full letter, not as redacted, Your Honor, because there's pertinent information that has been redacted from it.
All
So
right, if I can
there's
see
evidence rules.
State's Exhibit number 2, please.
And if I may, Your Honor.
Flunkery. um, Judge Boyd, Stern. There's probably about 4 hours, 5 hours of testimony and stuff, and then,
All
between
right.
everything.
The defense is asking that the entire State's Exhibit number 2 be admitted without the rejection. Any objection?
Let me take a second to prefer. No.
Why would it not all go in? If you want bits of it, you can't just have bits of it in. You've got to put it all in, guys. This is what annoys me. It's like, so you only want the bits that make the defendant look bad. No, why don't you just put the whole letter in?
Your Honor, we won't have any objection to admitting the full document.
All right, if you will label it,
Uh,
You see, as it
if you
should
want to
be.
call that State's Exhibit 2A.
2A, Your Honor.
All right, they're labeling the
Yeah, and thankfully
unredacted
they
portion
call it.
as State's Exhibit 2A. Defense, do you have any objection to State's Exhibit 2A?
You know, the reason I'm not giving this one is because that's my part number.
No, no, I understand. But are you going to have any objection to 2A?
Not to the full document, no, Your Honor.
Okay. Morning, Heidi. How are you? Hope you're well. Lovely to see you. You in work today? If you are, I hope you have a nice day. Mhm. Sarah P. Morning, Heidi. Mhm. Oh, you're all go
No
then.
objections, Your Honor.
Oh,
All right, then State's Exhibit 2A is admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
in some ways, Heidi, that's worse than work, that is. Doctor
Trustee Young,
Verizon
I'm
and
presenting to
grocery
you
shopping.
again, what's been,
Grocery shop is worse than day's work, I find. Well, actually, it's probably not for you. It would be for your husband. I hate going shopping. Well, I don't mind it, but right, yeah, it is, isn't it? She got her errands
now
on.
admitted under State's Exhibit number 2A. If you can please read that document to the jury.
Okay. My name is Richard Thomas. I read the whole thing.
Yes, please.
Okay. My name is Richard Thomas. I'm 28 years old. My birth date is August 7th, 1978. I live at 2431 Penn Road, San Antonio, Texas. I'm here to talk to Ms. Castellanos regarding the results of a polygraph test I voluntarily took with Sabino Martinez. I am here of my own free will. I told Mr. Martinez I would discuss the results with Ms. Castellanos. I was informed by Mr. Martinez that I did not pass the test. I did touch Nina on her vaginal area by putting my fingers on the top of her vagina. I went to the back room where Nina and Jacqueline and my son Anthony were sleeping. Santa was asleep in another room. I checked to see if she was wet. I did not check Jacqueline. I never touched Jacqueline. I think I touched Nina and I went a little too far. I knew this was wrong when I did it, and I felt very disgusted with myself. I did do it. I made the choice to do it. I knew it was wrong, and I did it with sexual intentions. I do not understand why Nina said it happened 3 times. It only happened once. I informed Ms. Castellanos that I want help, and I'm sorry for what I did. Everything I have stated in this statement is true. Stated is true.
Thank you, Ms. Castellanos. Now, previously
So he
you
admitted
stated that this document was typed by a secretary, correct?
Yes,
And was it shown to the defendant prior to him signing it?
it was read to him, and then he was allowed to see it to make sure everything was correct.
Was he given the opportunity to make any
Well-
edits if anything was not correct?
Yes,
And did he claim that anything was incorrect as written on this document?
no,
And he signed it,
yes,
and he signed it in front of you?
yes.
Yeah, this is good point, Heidi. This is where it gets interesting. Well, I mean, stock case closed because he's admitting to like touching her inappropriately, but not going further. And he's admitted to once, not 3 times. So I'm not sure how that fits in. Jesus.
Thank you, Ms. Castellanos. No further questions, Your Honor. Pass the
Right,
witness.
Cross
All right,
now.
defense,
Now, Cross, this guy, he sounds Spanish as well, but I don't sure how this works now because he's admitted to it of touching her when she's wet, but for once, but how does it fit in? I don't know. I loathe grocery shopping. Large number of the college students moved back this weekend. Oh no, they and their parents took over all. Yes, takes twice as long to do everything. Hate this time of year. I can imagine everything's empty as well. Yeah, this is not nice, is it? Any touching a sexual man? Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But I'm pretty sure there's 4 counts here. So how does this fit in? How does this fit in? I don't know. Yikes! 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 This is going to be wow.
Ms. Castellano, this is not the first time we meet, is it?
No,
Do you recall that in our prior meeting, you stated that you met with my client on January 20, 2007,
yes,
and then you stated that the referral came to you in February 12th of 2007.
yes,
But here today, you testified that it was on February the 10th.
yes. Well, we went through all that because there was a typo
Typo where?
on the narrative.
So when you testified earlier, when you said it was the 12th, there was a typo?
The month was wrong, but the date was correct.
So is it the 12th or the 10th?
Okay, I'm stumped as well.
So the first time I met with him was February the 20th, 2007. But it says January, but it was February.
Okay. And you stated, and I quote, that you interviewed everyone involved. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you ask anyone involved to take a polygraph test?
I didn't ask anybody to take a polygraph test.
Okay. But was anybody else offered the opportunity to take a polygraph test?
There wasn't any other alleged perpetrator in the investigation.
So I guess the answer is no.
No,
Would this department want to make sure that the complaining witness is truthful?
the reporter,
Not the reporter, the complaining witness,
the victim,
the victim.
yes.
And how does the department ensure that?
Well, she's a child, so a 9-year-old should know about digital penetration.
Did you guys check her school records?
That has nothing to do with abuse or neglect.
Did you guys talk to her teachers?
Objection, relevance.
overruled.
I can check.
Just yeah, just answer the questions, lady.
No, I did not talk to her teachers. I just talked to the two reporters.
Did you talk to her friends?
We don't interview other children in an investigation.
Did you interview her aunts?
No, I interviewed the reporters who were the ones that had knowledge of the allegations.
The ones that you're saying that are confidential,
Yes,
that we cannot ask any questions today.
yes.
Isn't that convenience?
Objection, sidebar.
I withdraw.
All right, the objection will be sustained.
Jesus.
You stated that the case, that big old thing that you have, was closed on March 1st, 2007?
Only my part of it.
I'm sorry?
Only my investigation is not part of this whole thing. Mine's just about
May I
6 or
approach
7
you, Honor?
pages.
Yes,
Did it close? Back, back.
Mhm.
Did it close?
No worries,
your
Dan, it's fine.
investigation On the same day that you received his purported confession?
So, Dennis, just so you know, we're watching the whole trial today. It'd be done today as well.
So my part of my investigation closed when my investigation was completed. The case is transferred to family-based services, which is probably some of this. And if then anything else was added to it, it would be in here. But my part is the only part that's closed.
Okay, but you stated, and I quote that your investigation closed March 1st, 2007. Is that correct?
No, my whole investigation, because I still had to do the offense report, didn't close till like May.
What day is that? On
This is the day that he wrote the confession, doesn't necessarily mean the case was closed that day.
Now, how was that confession obtained?
Mr. Thomas called and made an appointment to come into my office.
After he had supposedly done a polygraph?
Yes,
Did you review that examination?
I did see the results, yes.
No, not the results, the examination.
I'm not a polygraph examiner, I wouldn't know how to read it.
So you wouldn't know that a polygraph doesn't test truth, does it?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
That'll be overruled if you know.
I don't know.
It only measures some kind of reaction by your body, doesn't it?
Again, objection, Your Honor, lack of personal knowledge and relevance.
To lack of personal knowledge, that will be sustained.
Why does the department use it then?
At that time, it was a tool that could be offered, but we don't make anybody go and take it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
In that big pile that was shown to you, do you have the allegations made in February 2nd of 2010?
I don't know until what page is it? What do you want?
I'll tell you what. Let me show you what has been marked as defendant's exhibit number 8, I believe.
Okay. Right. Hang on. I can. I didn't know how to do it though. How do I do it? So, are you able to change the word color to white? Word color. Oh, it's white. That's white already. Background color, black. Go red and then black. Let's check this one out then. I know what you mean though, because I noticed that myself.
I'm gonna show you what has been marked as defendant's exhibit number 8, 9, and
There we are, Sarah B. We've done it. We've done it. Let's friggin' go.
You can. And I'm gonna ask you whether you know what that document purports to be.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object at this time. The witness has already testified that her case was closed in 2007. These are allegations coming from 2010. Additionally, they call for hearsay. She was not the investigator. She was not the caseworker for those.
All right, none of that foundation has been laid. The court is unaware of what defendants 8, 9, and 10 is. That'll be overruled.
I can't answer to this because I did not do this investigation.
So you don't have any personal knowledge of the contents of this document.
No, I didn't do this investigation, so I
Okay.
couldn't.
You don't have any personal knowledge.
No.
And that's not part of that document that you have.
If it's another investigation, it might be, but it wasn't conducted by myself.
How many times has Nina made allegations sexual in nature?
I do not know. I just investigated my case.
You didn't investigate or pull out any priors?
No. I mean,
That happened-
I didn't investigate. If there was investigations that came after my investigation, I would not have any knowledge because I concluded mine and it'll go to another investigator so that there won't be any bias.
Would that have been appropriate procedure for the department to have done, to see,
Yes,
but it was not done?
to see what, I don't. I
If
don't
there's
understand the
other-
question.
Complaints, any priors?
That would be up to the investigator that is conducting the new investigation.
Tell me, Ms. Castellanos, were the children, the remainder children, bless you, of my client away from the household when this alleged confession was given to you?
Yes, at that time, they were staying with the grandmother.
Okay, and so when were the children returned to the house?
I have no knowledge of that because it went to family-based services and the family has to complete services that are offered by the department. And only when all that's done, then they make that determination when the children can be
Okay.
returned.
Please refer to your file. When were the children returned?
I do not know. That was not done while I was investigating. The investigation, after it was conducted, was referred to services for the family. That's another department, another caseworker. I am done with the case at the time the investigation is closed. When it goes to family base, that's a whole nother department. And the family is given a service plan that they're all supposed to comply with before that worker and her supervisor will determine when the children can be returned home. I do not have any knowledge of that.
The children were removed while you were doing the investigation, didn't they?
They weren't removed. They were never taken custody by the state. The mother agreed to do the safety plan while the investigation was being conducted
While the investigation being conducted.
so that it
That's-
couldn't be said that the alleged person is impeding the investigation or trying to coerce the children.
That's your investigation.
That was my investigation. That's protocol.
And then you stop that investigation after you get a confession. Is that correct?
I concluded that yes, it was reason to believe and the child was credible.
And then the children are given back to the family.
At that time, the safety plan is still in place until the family can receive services. That's another department.
And you stated that you concluded that the child was safe.
Because the mother was being protective.
So it doesn't concern the department that allegedly my client has confessed to doing inappropriate things to a 14-year-old child,
She was 9 at the time.
9. May I approach your honor?
Yes.
When she was 9, what year would that have been?
2007.
2007.
Mhm.
Did you see 2007 in any of these dates?
I don't know what that,
I'm not asking you if you know what this is. Do you see 2007 in any of these dates.
And objection, Your Honor, to lack of personal knowledge.
Overruled.
No,
No. You have a confession, supposedly. Yes,
mhm.
nothing come about it,
No, I did an offense report to San Antonio Police Department.
okay? And was my client charged?
Like I said, I'm not law enforcement. I'm with Child Protective Services. So once my investigation is concluded and when it goes to SAPD, I have nothing to do with that.
So according to you, the investigation and the case was closed May 2nd of 2007. Is that correct?
I believe so.
At what point in this time does your investigation or your involvement ends?
At that time. Once the offense report was made and then the case was transferred for services. For the family.
Is it possible that my client made a confession in a desperation to get his children back?
They were never
Objection,
removed.
Your Honor, speculation.
Sustained.
Do parents sometimes do crazy stuff for their children?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. You may answer.
I can't answer for the parents. I don't know what they're thinking.
Was the return of the children contingent upon that statement that you have?
The children were not taken by the state. They were still in custody of the parents.
Was the ability of the children to be back at their original place of Adobe, their residence, contingent upon that statement?
No,
They were let back in the household after the statement. Is that correct?
not while I was investigator. It went to family based for services. I have nothing to do with that. If the family complies, I don't know what determination was made after that. I am just an investigator.
I could be wrong here, Sarah, but I think they took so long because what she's saying, she was 9 at the time. Well, oops. If you remember correctly, she put the complaint in, but then she redacted it all and then denied that it ever happened and told everyone that she lied because her mother asked her to. Apparently, well, we now know her mother asked her to, but at the time she just said no, she exaggerated it, she whatever, and I think that might have dropped them because of it. That's how I'm interpreting it. That's why it was slipped up, I think.
As an investigator, can you call the police and bring charges?
I don't bring charges. The district attorney brings charges. I'm just writing the offense report.
As an investigator, can you write a report and say, look, I'm required by law to let somebody know?
Anybody can make an offense report.
Did you do it?
Yes,
Where is it?
it was a form that we have as working with the police department, and it's a form.
Can
where
you find it?
I don't know if it's in here, but I don't see that it's in here.
Nothing further for the defense, Your Honor.
State.
Briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Castellanos, you testified that you did not ask the defendant to take the polygraph, correct?
No, I did not.
To your knowledge, was that polygraph voluntary?
Yes,
And the children were never taken away from the home.
not during my investigation. Like I said, the mother was compliant.
And the defendant of his own volition requested to meet with you to make that confession.
Yes, he did.
In your experience as an investigator with CPS, do children always give all the details about an incident when you first interview them?
Yes, as objection beyond the scope, beyond cross.
Overruled.
You can answer that.
When I interviewed this child, she did give detailed information about what happened to her, and she was credible. Whether she gave all the information at that time, I do not know.
But in your experience, do children give all of the details when you first meet with them? In their first interview?
Objection, Your Honor, ask and answer.
Overruled.
Sometimes they do, sometimes it just depends on the child. Every child's different.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Castellano. The prosecutor just asked you if you asked my client to submit to a polygraph test. Correct?
Yes.
And you said no.
No.
Who asked my client?
I believe his wife did.
His wife asked him.
She was going to talk to him about it. I don't know.
Did his wife also ask him or ask Nina to
See,
submit to a
Heidi.
polygraph?
Objection, hearsay. Call for hearsay.
Overruled. You can answer if you know the answer to that question.
I don't know. I do not know.
Yeah,
What's
I
the
agree,
mother's
Sarah.
name?
I agree.
Santa?
And at that
I
time
agree,
that
Dan.
she allegedly asked my client to submit to a polygraph test, were they married?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I don't remember.
At the time that she asked my client to submit to a polygraph test, and I know this is a little tricky, I keep asking remove, were the children inside her home, in her home?
No, she went and stayed with her mother.
So they were not living in their home.
No,
That's what I refer to as remove.
well, that's not removed by the state.
I didn't say by the state, as a man removed from their household.
Objection, sidebar, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Were they removed from their household?
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Oh, at that time, she had the choice whether to stay in her home or go stay with her mother, and she chose to go stay with her mother.
So now you get this alleged confession and now everybody comes back to their home.
I don't know, because the case went for services.
You stated that Nina seemed credible. That's
Yes.
right. How long you spend with her?
Usually in interviews it depends on how much the child's talking. It could be as long as it takes for the child to feel comfortable and say what they need to say.
Ma'am, I'm not asking you usually. I'm asking you with Nina.
Maybe like an hour,
In an hour, you're able to ascertain that the child is truthful.
pretty much.
You didn't ask teachers, friends, family. You just listened to a child.
If a child is giving descriptions of what she is saying happened to her, and an 8-year-old should not know about sexual things at that age, I would tend to believe when she gives detailed statements that it's credible.
Was this interview recorded?
Yes, I believe, yes, it was.
Did you have a video of it?
No, at that time we used CDs, I believe. This is 18 years ago.
Do you know whether that interview has been provided to the defendant?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
Overruled. You can answer if you know the question to the answer.
I do not know.
Well, you have never seen it, have you?
The interview, I did it.
A DVD video of the interview.
It was an audio.
And again, do you have any knowledge whether that audio has been turned over to the defendant?
No, it's
Objection,
usually,
ask and answer.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
it's usually protocol that it goes with the case, so it would go into the department's records.
Would you be surprised if I told you that I don't have it?
You could have requested it.
Will you be surprised, ma'am?
Objection.
You don't have to answer that. I have no further questions.
All right, state.
Nothing further based on that, Your Honor.
All right, is
I-
this witness
he's
excused
an
or subject
arsehole.
for recall?
Excuse from the state.
I would like to have this witness subject to recall for impeachment purposes only.
All right. You may be asked to come back, so make sure that you're available if you're needed to come back to testify.
Okay.
The rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state of the defense. All right, thank you so much.
Thank
You may step down. All right, could I see parties briefly, please?
Here we go. I'm not gonna fast forward anything. I'm gonna make it like it's proper. Actually, that means we're finished for the day. Right, let me go and get the other stream ready. So they finished for the day there. I will now go and find the other stream. That was Wednesday. Okay. Okay, Wednesday. Wednesday, Thursday. That's been done. That was Thursday morning. Okay. That was right. Fine. That's that one. Let's have a look here then. Okay, morning there was nothing. Fine. So if I go to the afternoon one, this one's about a 4-hour one. All right. Let's have a gander. Why are these? So that was that one. If was playing up a bit. Right. I got it here. Present. Here, that one.
That Ms. Sanchez be recalled because we were in the middle of your cross-examination.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Right. Purple handbag. So yeah, Miss Sanchez is the victim. She's now been recalled for cross.
All right, so you are still under oath. And then, Mr. Cox, I don't know, you may want to take a seat because jurors may think some sort of way. So it probably would be best if you move your, yes. No. Yeah, we're gonna wait. I'm sorry.
sorry. Judge, if we can bring up one matter prior to bringing the jury in.
Yeah.
Because the defendants, or because the defendant withdrew their exhibits that they attempted to bring in yesterday, we would just ask that and because the issue, one of the issues that was brought up in the hearing yesterday was the allegation that the defendant had sex with her younger sister. And because that's now withdrawn, we'd ask that the jury be admonished to disregard that, as it was brought up prior to the hearing yesterday.
You know, that's not part of what I withdrew, just the exhibits, not.
So it's the court's understanding that defense counsel brought that up in opening statements. There were no objections.
That's correct.
The defense brought that up on cross-examination.
Correct.
And when the question was first asked by defense and it was answered, there was no objection. Then it was asked again, then there was an objection, and the objection was asked and answered. So the court is going to allow the defendant to cross-examine. The defense has already asked those questions. So defense, you've already asked those questions.
That is correct, Your
They're
Honor.
not to be asked again because you've already asked them.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Let's. wait
There we
until-
are. The victim is accused of having,
All right,
basically
jury.
essaying her younger sister. This is messed up. All of this is messed up.
Right, everyone, please be seated. My understanding outside, it's not 108 degrees. I think it's only 100 degrees, so hopefully everyone was able to find a parking space. And the last time you were here, we took a witness out of order. And then the complaining witness was going to be brought back so that the defense could continue with their cross-examination. Defense, are you ready to proceed with your cross?
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Nina, after we left yesterday, did you go back and talk to the prosecutors?
Yes,
Did they prepare you for today?
yes,
Did they have you watch a YouTube video?
no,
Jeez, this is not right. She cannot be prepped again. That's not right at all. That's dodgy as hell.
Yesterday, you mentioned that you were hurt by your father because he was not there. Do you remember that?
yes.
How so?
He wasn't around. My father was, I don't know where my father was, honestly. I didn't have any clue. My father.
This is since you were very little.
Yes, when my mom and the defendant started dating.
How old were you?
I was either 5 or 6, I cannot recall exactly.
And I didn't hear you this, but I have to ask you, did you blame my client because your father was gone?
No, I didn't blame him.
Were you mad at him because your father was gone?
No, not at first.
Not at first?
No.
Subsequently, you did?
Yes,
You did. Yesterday, you said that your father had done some wrong things. You remember that?
yes. my mom had
What wrong things were those?
Objection, relevance.
Response?
No, we're trying to probe the motive for this 412.
No, objection will be sustained.
Did you feel abandoned by your father?
No, I didn't feel abandoned. I knew things weren't going right between my mother and father. I just didn't know what was going on. And I knew my mom had basically full custody. So
How did that make you feel?
I was hurt, very hurt.
In fact, you and Jackie were planning to find a way to get him out of the picture, weren't you?
Me and Jacqueline had planned to run away together before, but no, we never planned to get Richard out of the picture.
So did you feel unprotected by your father?
Unprotected?
Yes.
I did.
Again. Did you hate your father?
No,
Have you ever hated your father?
never.
And do you have a relationship with your father?
Yes.
When did he pass away?
He passed away on my daughter's birthday. It was her first birthday. It was June 10th, 2017.
Okay, and do you know the reason why he died?
Objection, relevance.
What's the relevance?
I'll withdraw the question.
All right, objection is sustained.
Hmm.
What name did you call your father when he was alive?
Dad,
You ever call him daddy?
yes,
Yesterday, you stated that you hated my client,
as a child, I did.
but you never said why.
No, I didn't.
Could it be because he was between you and your mom? I mean, between your mom and your father?
No, not at all.
Okay. And you stated that my client was funny, right?
Yes,
You, as we stand here, do you believe that Richard, my client, would ever try to replace your father?
he would never replace my father. No.
Was my client a disciplinarian?
Yes, he was.
Was your father a disciplinarian?
He was, they were just two kind of different disciplinarians.
How's my client's discipline towards you?
It was aggressive and abusive.
And how about to his other children?
Very affectionate, very loving, very compassionate
including Jackie?
sometimes.
You felt resentment because of that?
No, never.
You ever heard my client's children call him daddy?
Yes.
Did you ever call him daddy?
I don't think I ever called him daddy, but I did call him dad.
Yesterday, you said that water was denied to you. Do you remember that?
I'm sorry, what was the next one?
You said yesterday that water was denied to you. Do you remember that?
Yes, I did.
And was anybody else denied water?
Jacqueline was as well.
So you and Jack,
Yes.
is that why you and her decided to get rid of him?
No, we never decided to get rid of him. We never talked about getting rid of him. We would make fun of him behind his back. Because he would joke on us and we would get butthurt. So we would just kind of turn around and just do sister talking, and make fun of him and just to make ourselves feel better. And then I would just get sentimental and start crying. She'd start crying. We would just kind of plot how we could run away together. But it wasn't all the time. It was very rarely. We probably only talked about that.
How old were you when this was happening?
I mean, it was this whole span between growing up with Richard in the home.
So ever since he got into the picture that you were about five, you said?
I wouldn't say, well, not ever since, because at first he was cool to us.
At first?
Yeah.
And do you know why the water was denied to you?
I felt that me and Jacqueline were very hyperactive children, and we, were just being children.
I think you did, Erin.
We would talk back to our mom, just
I think you did. This is a little bit. New word for court, but I don't know what I think of this trial.
do silly children things, and Richard would discipline us with not giving into what we asked for. But I just thought it was in the wrong ways.
And yesterday you said that the siblings could get things that you could not.
Yes,
What kind of things?
it could be as little from candy to affection to attention to when we would go out to the flea markets a lot. So, it could be just them getting a toy and not us, getting something they enjoy to eat, like a snow cone and not us, things of that nature.
So you were lacking attention from Richard?
Yes,
Did Richard show any favoritism towards his children?
yes.
In what way?
No, those are his children. He loved them dearly. And I did not feel that kind of love from him.
And did that affect you?
I did.
Yesterday you said that you don't want my client to go to jail. You remember that?
Yes,
Is that still the statement?
yes.
Will you be okay if he gets probation, if he gets found guilty?
I wouldn't mind it. I just, my biggest wish is that he gets registered.
Registered. So you want him to get sex offender?
Yes.
Why?
Because I want to prevent it from happening to the next person. And even if so, that, wouldn't be his motives anymore, because people do change. It's just not right that there wasn't any justice served from that.
When you say justice, this is your justice.
No, I think justice of the whole situation, even for my own mom.
So you exercising this for your mom?
No, I'm exercising this for what's right.
Your justice.
No, not my justice. And
Yesterday you said that you were like your mom, but crazier. You remember that?
I didn't say that. I mentioned that how Richard had told me that in my bedroom.
Okay, do you remember or do you know why?
Objection, speculation.
I'll rephrase. When he said this to you, according to you, did he tell you why?
No, he didn't.
Did you witness a relationship between my client and your mom?
Yes,
What kind of relationship was that?
they loved each other.
They loved each other
Yes,
and you wanted that for yourself?
No, I did not want that for myself. I grew up watching them as an example, as of to what I would like to see when I become a woman in my own relationships. I think that's just what a natural thing that every child does in the home, because they were my parents. So I would look up to them, and no matter how bad things were, even though I came to hating Richard, he seemed to make my mom very happy, and I didn't want to take that from her.
So you wanted to emulate that somehow.
I wanted her to keep that.
You wanted what? I'm sorry.
I wanted my mom to keep that.
Has your mom ever told you that she loves you?
Yes,
When was the last time that she told you that she loved you?
I don't recall.
In fact, yesterday you said the last time you spoke to your mom, quote, was in 2019. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you remember the month?
I have the text messages in my phone. I would have to look, so I don't recall.
Do you want to look?
Yes, thank you. It was August.
In August.
Yes.
Did that hurt you?
I had sent her a message because she had messaged me, and I messaged her 3 days later. So I sent her a message, and I wanted her to really see it because I was excited. And then all of a sudden, a follow message came about how I was blocked, and that did hurt me.
So you were hurt by your mom
Yes, because I was blocked.
in August of 2019.
Yes.
When did you contact the police in this case?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
When did you contact the police in this case?
November.
You'd be surprised if I told you that they came to your house in October of 2019?
That they came to my house.
That's when you filed a report.
Yes, okay. I don't recall them coming to my house. Sorry.
You need me to show you the video of it?
No, it's okay. I believe it.
Do you recall the video?
No.
When you were at your ex-girlfriend's house
I don't recall the video.
and they came to your house?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled.
You remember that?
No, I don't recall.
October of 2019?
Yeah, I don't recall that memory. I'm sorry.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Loves approaching.
Just trying to refresh your recollection. Don't speak of any of this. You see that date?
Yes,
Do you remember? Whether that's when you spoke to the police officer that came to your house?
I recall from that, I guess.
Okay, what date is that?
It was October 2022.
2019, October 22, 2019.
Oh, okay, October 22.
Would you agree?
Yes,
So a month after you have a fallout with your mom, you report my client's incident. Is that correct?
correct.
Did your mom ever call you back to tell you, I'm sorry?
No,
Did your mom ever tell you or call you back and say, I love you?
no,
Has your mom called your daughter?
she's met her behind my back.
When was your daughter born?
Objection, relevance.
I'll withdraw the question.
You can answer the question.
June 10, 2017.
So 2 years prior to your fallout from your mom. Is that correct?
Correct.
So at this time, how does that make you feel?
The fallout or, well,
the fallout?
it made me feel betrayed.
How does it make you feel like your mom doesn't even want anything to do with your granddaughter? I mean, with your daughter?
It hurts me.
Where was this talk with your mom in 2019?
The text messages?
Or was it by text
Yes,
message?
it was by text message.
Okay, where was she at?
I do not know.
Was your mom religious?
Yes, very much so.
How does that affect you? Or affected you, sorry.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I learned a lot from her. I
Was-
stand by it.
Okay, was she very strict?
She was very strict.
Do you remember the conversation on that texting? What was it about? What you said that you were so excited?
I had started getting into nails and I had did a nail set. So I sent her a picture and I know how she really enjoys getting her nails done. So I offered her a service.
And so what was her response?
There was no response. It just automatically bounced back and I got a message saying how I was blocked.
So is it fair to say that you guys did not end in good terms?
Yes, it's fair to say.
Yesterday, you said you have had no contact with your sibling. Is that correct?
Correct.
Why?
I'm sure it's because my mom doesn't want me around them.
That's how you see it.
It's the energy that I receive. from
That's
the
how you
situation.
perceive it.
The energy I receive.
So that's your truth, correct?
It's not my truth, it is the truth.
Would you like to be contacted by them?
I would love that.
You think there's a possibility after all of this that the family can reunite?
Objection, speculation, and relevance.
Sustained to relevance.
When's the last time that someone
I mean, he's dragging it on a bit now. I'm not really sure where he's going with this. I'm listening to it going, right, what we going? What we doing, mate? What we doing?
somebody told you that they loved you?
Objection, relevance.
I mean, that is just stupid. I don't get why he's asking some of these questions.
Overruled.
Today,
Was that your child?
my child and my fiance,
When's the last time that anybody had bought you flowers?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
I mean,
When's the last time anyone has taken you on vacations?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
As we stand here today, do you know that your mom loves you?
yes,
And do you know that your siblings love you?
yes,
And do you feel love?
I feel love from them. I just think we all hurt each other really bad.
there you go. Bow tie. I'm not a fan of bow ties.
And do you
I don't
believe
like
that that
them.
has anything to do with what we're here today?
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yeah, you can answer
I
that.
think that's why we're all here today.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
State.
Yes, Your Honor.
He's annoying, right? The state aren't very good either. So it's like, oh. The only good person here is Judge Boyd.
Nina, are we here today because of what the defendant did to you
Yes.
years ago? And you said you haven't spoken to your mom since 2019, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you hate your mom?
No, I do not hate her.
I just want to clear up something from yesterday. There was a the dates on the indictment are brought up. I just want to clarify this for the jury. When's your birthday?
May 11, 1997.
And so you would have turned 15 in 2012, correct?
Correct.
But not until May 11th of 2012.
Correct,
So from January 1st to May 10th, you were still 14 years old.
correct.
Um, You said the defendant was the disciplinarian in the household. Did you do you have any ill feelings towards him for the way he disciplined you?
Not as of today.
Um, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Jeez, let's approach. Okay, they're going to break it a little bit now. Damn you, why did I have to press that? I pressed the button by mistake. Oh, we're back to the exact spot, so it's fine. He's now approaching. Oh, okay, so there's a few blank spaces here. When they go for lunch, we'll go for lunch as well. I'm gonna play it like it is a normal trial. Because it's only this and a couple more hours after. And then we got the verdict as well.
Nina, when you spoke with, you're not a police officer, is that right?
Correct,
And when you were interviewed by police officers, both when you first reported these incidents and then in 2019 when you spoke with officers, did officers ask you questions during those interviews?
yes,
And did you respond to their questions with the answers you believe were appropriate?
yes,
And did you withhold any information from them?
no,
So if any information was not given to the police, and it could be possible that they didn't ask a question, that you would have answered in that way.
most definitely,
But you didn't do that purposely.
no,
Um, And you stated that when was the last time that you had sexual intercourse with the defendant?
it was, February 2000 and. Oh, I'm sorry, I need to calculate when I was 14.
Oh, jeez. Spilling stuff here.
2012?
Oh, freaking Nora. Oops. I was about to leave the StreamYard.
And do you have any feelings of ill will towards your siblings for the way that they were treated by the defendant compared to how he treated you?
Not at all,
You stated that you still consider them full siblings, even though you don't share both the same parents.
most definitely.
Nothing further, John.
Nina, how many times have you met with the prosecutors?
I can't count that, I can't count that,
Several times, correct?
yes, several times.
Are your answers being a little bit reversed?
No, it's just I have to keep answering the same questions, so that's really good because it helps me remember.
Because it seems like there's a lot of details, dates that you remember. And this has been how long?
Objection, Your Honor, to the sidebar.
All right, the objection to sidebar will be sustained. You may ask your question, counsel.
Is it possible for your memory to get better at age, as times go by?
If you take care of yourself properly, which I have not been doing.
So your memory, is it getting better?
I say some days it's better, some days it's not.
Oh,
My
jeez.
body is the type that I have to take care of it daily in order to be sharp and vigilant.
And again, for people that have never met you, like the jury, do your answers appear to be rehearsed?
Objection to the sidebar, Your Honor.
No, that'll be overruled. Any other objection?
Speculation.
Right, sustain.
I just
How many times have you made the same accusations against my client?
Objection, Your Honor. This is outside the scope of the delay.
Overruled,
Several times.
Can I approach you on?
yes.
I'm gonna show you what has been previously marked as the evidence exhibit number 8, number 9, and number 10. And I'm gonna ask you not to say anything about the document. But are you familiar with the contents of that document?
Yes,
And do you have personal knowledge? Actually, does that document accurately portrays what it purports to be?
yes,
Does it appear to be altered in any way, shape, or form?
And I'm gonna object, Your Honor.
You don't even know what I'm showing.
I will
through.
withhold the objection, Your Honor.
no, not altered.
And do you have personal knowledge as to the contents of those documents?
Yes, no, I do.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm gonna tender it into the closing, into the government. Defendants exhibit number 8, number 9, and number 10 for their perusal and objections.
That was a good catch though by him. You don't know what I'm gonna make her look over.
Your Honor, may I reapproach?
Yes.
The state love to approach though in this one. Jesus. We'll see what happens here. This sounds messed up, this whole case. He's admitted to touching her bits once, not 3 times. Well, I suppose he's admitted to touching but not having relationships with her any further than that. She's been accused of trying to have sex with her sister, which I don't know where we are with that. Her mother, and I think the children are all on his side, not on hers. I'm like, what's going on? What's going on? Right. Not really sure. Okay. We shall see now, because come on. They love this sidebar. Bum ba ba da ba 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 da ba da ba da 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 rum ba ba da ba ba ba. So yeah, not sure where this is all going. To be quite honest with ya. YouTube. Bum ba ba da ba ba da ba ba. I thought, Erin, when you said can't trust a man in a bow tie, I thought you just could say, I expect Sarah, and you just say, well, can't trust a man, full stop. Can't trust a man, full stop. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee dee dee. Dee dee dee. Okay, put that there. I don't like bow ties. I'm not a I've worn bow ties obviously, but I'm not a fan of them. I don't like the way that they I have clip-ons one because I could never tie a bow tie. I feel naked with it on, bow tie there, and there's nothing except for a shirt. So yeah, I used to wear them. I had to used to wear them with work and stuff. I hated it. But shirt and tie, I don't mind shirt and tie. That's fine, but no, not a bow tie. No, 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 no bow tie. No, 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 no bow tie. Mm-mm. Ah, 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 ah. Ah, 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 ah. Mm-hmm. This is a replay from last week. So the trial's done. The trial's finished. It finished on Friday. We got this, and then I think we got a couple more hours after this, and that's it then. So this is gonna be done today. This is gonna be finished today. Um, yeah, essentially. And I don't want to skip too much of it because I know there's only small thing there, and this is what happens every time I pause it. Yeah, bugger you. We also know the verdict and everything, so this is gonna be done today, Sarah.
And Mr. Cox, can you make sure that door is closed? All right. So we're on the record. Defense is seeking to offer defense exhibits 8, 9, and 10. And I'm going to hear your objections again because I know the court reporter was having difficulty appearing. Please be seated. So state, what is your objection to defendants exhibits 8, 9, and 10? I know that you previously stated lack of personal knowledge. The witness has testified that she has personal knowledge of this. So that objection for personal knowledge will be overruled. What is your other objection?
Your Honor, we do have an additional objection, but based on the personal knowledge objection, if we could ask for a chance to voir dire the witness.
No, you said your objection was lack of personal knowledge. She says she has personal knowledge of it. Your next objection was hearsay?
What's the hearsay, Your Honor?
All right, defense. What is your response to the state's hearsay objection?
Your Honor, there's an exception to the hearsay rule in this.
Oh, you can remain seated.
Oh, I'm sorry. In this particular case, this is definitely a declaration against interest. So that's an actual exception to the hearsay rule. And now, as these documents, they are self-authenticated. These are documents that are prepared by the Texas Department of Public Safety, so they don't need proper authentication. It's just one of those things that.
Okay, time out. Everyone, please. Let him make his argument. I will give everybody a chance to make an argument, but when everybody's speaking over each other, the court reporter cannot hear. I cannot hear. So
Well done,
counsel,
Judge.
finish your argument.
Apologies.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's the hearsay exception, we believe it applies. Also, these documents are self-authenticated, Your Honor, which is another way for the rules to allow documents to be introduced into evidence. And so because of that, Your Honor, we believe these documents are relevant, and it's actually answering the question that she actually answered, in which she stated that she had made several accusations in the past against my client. These are those accusations, Your Honor. Which,
All right, with regards to defense exhibits 8, 9, and 10. With regards to self-authenticating document, this is not certified to, it doesn't meet the requirements of being self-authenticated. I do understand that at the top of the form, it says Texas Department of Family and Protective Services, but that's the only thing that it says. So it's not certified. With regards to allegations that are against self-interest, the documents do not appear to have any statement made by the witness that is against self-interest. What it appears to the court, and if I'm incorrect, let me know. It appears to the court that there is a party, and it appears to be Yvonne Ochoa, who has stated that she's ruled out the allegations. And the allegations that she appears to have ruled out in each case is the sexual abuse allegations, that these documents are dated February 28th, 2013, March 10th, 2020, and October 12th, 2009. This is not the witness that these documents should come in. The objections to defense exhibits 8, 9, and 10 will be sustained. All right, we're off the record. Counsel, do you need this witness, Miss Yvonne Ochoa here?
No, Your Honor, I need the documents though.
Okay. So you're not going to, we can go on the record. Are you planning on calling this witness or do you need the witness to be brought here?
I haven't made the decision yet, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, is there anything else with regards to those documents?
State has nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, is the jury still in the hallway? Can you have them brought in, please?
Hmm. Okay, that's that done. Oh, So I do promise you this is done in a few hours. But I do think it's an interesting case. I'm a little bit, not lost, but confused.
All right, for the jury?
Hmm. I wonder who's behind them all.
All right, everyone, please be seated. Defense, it's your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Nina, isn't it true that in 2010, an accusation of sexual abuse was made against my client and it was ruled out by the Texas Department of Family and Protective Service?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Nina, isn't it true that in,
And Your Honor, we'd ask that the jury be asked to disregard that question.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're to disregard that last question.
Nina, the last time I asked you and you said that you have made other accusations against my client, is that correct?
Yes.
Were they ever substantiated?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of personal knowledge.
That'll be overruled. If you know, you can answer.
I don't know.
But we know that this is not the first time that you make this type of accusations, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any further questions?
Nothing based on that, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excused by the state.
Your Honor, we're gonna hold her subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right. You need to make sure that you're available if anyone decides to call, recall you. You're still under oath. You're still subject to the rules of the court. You are not allowed to view anything or talk to anyone about your testimony. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state or the defense. Do you understand? All right, thank you. You may step down.
Okay. So we're not allowed to see her. So that's gonna be a blank screen until she leaves the building.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Did you call your next witness?
State calls Detective Escareno.
Your Honor, can I give this to the?
Yes.
So detective. We have the detective. We have banana.
Hello.
Hi, Your Honor.
Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do
Yes,
you
ma'am.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record and please spell it and make sure you keep your voice up so that the ladies and
I'm
gentlemen.
not
of
doing
jury
that
can
whole
hear.
thing.
Yes, ma'am. Detective Israel, Israel, Escareno, Escareno.
All right, state.
Detective Escareno, how are you presently employed?
Detective with the San Antonio Police Department, Special Victims Unit,
And how long have you worked for San Antonio Police Department?
22 years.
Do you have to be a peace officer to do that job?
Yes, sir.
And do you have to have any type of formal training to become a detective?
There is on-the-job training.
Do you have to take any continuing education for your role?
It is asked and sometimes required, yes.
Okay. And to become a police officer in the first place, is there training for that?
Yes, 9 months in the academy.
And you've done all training that has been required of you for your position?
Yes, sir.
Um, you said you were in the special victims unit,
Correct.
and do you handle cases involving indecent touching?
Yes,
Okay. And do you handle cases where there's children as victims?
yes.
What's the normal way for you to become involved in an investigation like this?
Initially, I'll get the report itself from the field officer that took the initial report. I identify the victim and the suspect, made contact with the victim. In this case, if the victim is a juvenile, I'll get the parent involved to see if they can bring the victim in for a forensic interview. Set up the interview, review the interview. And once I take the victim's statement, contact the suspect if he wishes to come in to give a statement as well.
And did you become involved in a indecency case involving Richard Thomas?
Yes, sir.
How did you become involved with that case?
That case was brought to me normally as it does to the Special Victims Unit and was assigned to it.
And so you were mentioning some of the steps in your normal investigation. Would you consider the process to be a quick process or a slow process?
Quick process.
Quick process. About how many weeks does it take to develop a case normally?
You're not right, man. We approach.
Yes.
Hey. Trigger warning, trigger warning. Sarah P, trigger warning. I don't know if they like it. They'd love approaching. She must smell nice or something. Because they all want to. I mean, she has got flowers there. They're all approaching, but we approach, Your Honor. I'm going to sniff you, Your Honor.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, if in a case like this where it's alleged that the abuse to a child was committed by one of the child's guardians or parents, is it normal for the child, while the case is pending, to be left with the alleged abuser?
No.
Okay.
I think so, Dennis. I think so.
If the parent that continues to be the guardian while the case is pending, or let's say they get a new guardian even, if that guardian is not cooperative with the investigation, does it make it easier to do the investigation or harder?
Harder.
Okay. In your experience, have you ever had a parent coerce a child to recant?
There have been some cases.
Okay. You mentioned a forensic interview. In a case with a child victim or child complainant, why is a forensic interview important to have completed?
Forensics interviews are basically obtaining the victim's statement. And normally for a juvenile, we'll send them to an outside facility that deals with interviewing victims at that age, so we can properly take their statement and report it.
Do the forensic interviewers ask leading questions or non-leading questions?
Non-leading questions.
And if someone is an adult and they're reporting something that happened to them as a child, is it normal to go ahead and do a forensic interview for that adult?
No, as an adult, I normally have them come and give me a statement.
Okay. And with children who are making an outcry of sexual abuse, do they always make their outcry immediately?
No.
is there ever a situation when a medical professional might evaluate, let's say like a nurse or somebody, they would evaluate a complainant in a case like this?
Yes, we do have a 120-hour window. If the crime was committed within that window, we'll ask the victim to see if they will perform a SANE examination.
The SANE examination.
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what SANE stands for?
It's a sexual assault examination that's conducted by the hospitals by a qualified nurse that is trained in that specific area of investigating sexual assaults. It could be, we do have a children's hospital that specializes in that, and also we have the adult hospital that specializes in that. So basically, they collect evidence within swabs, or also conducting an interview with the victim at the same time.
And when somebody's reporting something that happened when they were, say, 14 years old, and at this point they're a legal adult over the age of 18, would you conduct a SANE examination in that situation?
No.
Did you hear the allegations made by Nina Sanchez about Mr. Thomas in your investigation?
Yes.
And did you attempt to reach out to any potential witnesses and talk about the case with them?
I believe so.
Did you speak with Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Did you conduct an in-person interview with Mr. Thomas?
Yes, I did.
When you conducted that interview, did he say anything about wanting to be a stepfather?
We spoke about that.
Did he say he was wanting to be a stepfather, like he wanted that role, or did he say that he didn't want that role, or did he say either way?
He stated that he did not want to be a stepfather.
Do you recall if he said why he didn't want to be a stepfather?
Based on the interview, he stated he did not care much about the two daughters that were his. He had started out at his young age in a relationship and wanted to pretty much be a bachelor.
Did you discuss anything with Nina Sanchez?
Interview?
An interview, yes.
Yes.
Was that interview in person or over the phone?
I don't quite remember that.
Okay. Did you discuss the case with Santa Sanchez?
Yes.
And do you recall if that was an in-person or over the phone interview?
I don't remember.
Did you review Nina's statement on the body worn camera to the officers who first went and took her statement?
That I don't remember.
Okay. After you completed your investigation, did you proceed with any formal charges against Mr. Thomas?
No, I basically filed a report to the district attorney's office.
And did you mention any charges in your report?
Yes.
And do you recall what charges you mentioned in your report?
I believe it was indecency with a child.
Would having your report refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
And I'll mark this as State's Exhibit 21. Have you got any exhibits yet? 7. State's Exhibit number 7. And so which charges were listed in the prosecution? were listed in the prosecution guide.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm gonna ask this witness not to testify from a document that has not been introduced. And he did not produce this secretarial guide, he produced his statement.
That is the prosecution guide produced by the witness, only used to refresh the witness's memory, and if the witness needs to be admonished not to read from it, the state has no objection.
That was my objection.
All right, the objection will be sustained.
And just, if it wasn't clear, you may read it and refresh your memory, and then you can give your answer from your refreshed memory.
Okay, sexual assault of a child.
This is quite dry now. I'm just like, so I'm doing other things as well. At the same time.
So when you interviewed the defendant, you remember what he said? Did you ask him if he had touched the complainant inappropriately?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained.
What sort of questions did you ask the defendant?
I'd asked him if he, what type of relationship he had with the victim.
Did he say he had a good relationship or a bad relationship?
He basically told me he did not have any interaction with the victim. Did not want to get too much involved with the victim or the other child.
And on that basis, was that his way? What was he trying to tell you when he told you?
Objection, Your Honor, called speculation.
Sustained.
Jesus.
And, when he said he had not been around the children, was that in line with what you'd heard from other witnesses?
Believe so.
How many interviews have you done as a detective?
Numerous, too many to count.
Would you ballpark, could you say it's more than 100 or less than 100?
More than 100.
And have you interviewed any fathers before?
Yes.
And in your experience is a father who says they just completely ignore the children because they want nothing to do with them. Is that a sign of a loving father?
Objection, Your Honor, called speculation.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Detective,
Oh,
looking at
geez,
that
yes. shout
secretarial
so
guide that
much.
you have, isn't it true that my client told you that he didn't do this?
Correct.
In fact, isn't it true that you found out that Nina has schizophrenia?
Objection. This violates the state's motion in limine, and he did not lay the proper foundation for any of this information.
Your Honor, you stated that could go into the mental health.
If the foundation was laid, Your Honor, that was the discussion.
All right, the objection will be sustained if you want to lay the foundation.
Yes, Your Honor. You have several conversations with Nina's mother, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you mentioned them in your report, do you not?
Correct.
And through the process, did the mom show any concern about Nina?
Object to hearsay. The question calls for hearsay.
Overrule. You can't say what was said. You can just either answer yes or no to that question.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
And based on that knowledge, did you ascertain the truthfulness of Nina?
Object to improper impeachment. It's
Overruled. Any other
object
objection?
to beyond the scope of this witness's testimony. It's the scope of the
Can I
jury
not cross?
and
Excuse me.
object to speculation as well.
All right, with regards to speculation, that'll be overruled. Do you have any other objection?
Object to exceeding the scope of this witness. It's within the purview of the jury to determine the credibility of the previous witness, not this.
All right, that will be sustained.
Jesus. Any more? Oh, it's just she
You
sustained
had,
it.
and I quote, 40 lines of story. Is that true?
Object to hearsay.
Overruled.
Jesus.
Okay, repeat the question again, sir.
You can count. How many lines do you have telling the story?
Well, if you say 40, then
And in one of those lines, detective, she goes on to tell you that she has had sex for the first time with my
Object to
client.
hearsay, Your Honor. This witness is, or the attorney is reading in now a document that's not in
Our party's
evidence to
approach.
the record.
Jesus, this is a crap show. This is a khaki show, this is. What's going on? Khaki show. Um So yeah, I mean, this is just, I don't know. I mean, I think both sides just as bad as each other are doing this, but what can you do in it? What can you do? What can you do with a drunken sailor? What can you do with a drunken sailor? What can you do with a drunken sailor? Early in the morning. Oh, bo- 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 bo. Bo- 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 bo. Find whatever da 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 da.
So detective, did Nina tell you that her first sexual encounter with my client was while she was standing up?
what was the question again, sir?
Did Nina tell you that her first sexual encounter with my client happened while she was standing up?
First encounter looks like it was,
Excuse me. That's either a yes or no question.
yes, ma'am. No,
So she didn't tell you that he pulled out her pants and
Object to
turned her around?
hearsay.
Sustained.
Did she tell you about any blood?
Object to hearsay.
That'll be sustained.
Did you ask her about any blood?
no,
Your report talks about blood, doesn't it?
Object to hearsay.
That'll be overruled.
It's a weak one, yeah.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
yes,
These
So
are still,
the answer to the previous
Yeah.
question is the yes.
correct.
And does the report talk also about ejaculation?
it's
Yes.
too much. It's too much.
And this supposedly happened while they were standing up.
Object to hearsay and assuming facts.
Sustained.
Oopsie, I pressed something I wasn't supposed to. Yeah, he's too much, Sarah. I agree with you. I don't like the other attorneys either, mind. I think they're just objecting for no reason, and it's like it makes it all look worse. Then, um, hang on, let me just. I get problems all the time. Dee, 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 dee.
Detective. Can a female lose her virginity while she's standing up
Yes,
and sexual intercourse has happened while you're standing up?
yes.
Where's he going with this?
And how long does it usually that take?
What
Object to
relevance?
relevance and perhaps speculation.
All right, with relevance, that will be overruled with regards to speculation, if you know.
I don't know.
No one knows.
You don't know.
Yeah, no one knows.
In fact, your statement, you wrote that she was in the house while everybody was there.
Object to hearsay again.
Sustained,
I approach, Your Honor.
yes.
So everybody was at the house.
Object to hearsay again, Your Honor. The objection was sustained. He pointed out a spot on the exhibit and he's trying to ask the same.
I'm
question.
refreshing the recollection of the witness, Your Honor. This is his statement.
All right, the objection to hearsay will be sustained. If you want to lay the foundation as to what his investigation was and what he did, then you may do that.
Detective, did you have a meeting with Nina when you took this information?
Yes,
All these 40 lines?
yes,
And this is accurate and true representation of what
Aaron, I
is
know.
changed between you and her.
The whole questioning is WTF, if you ask me.
Just repeat the question again.
Is this an accurate representation of the exchange between you and her?
Correct.
Did you put anything into it that just was your idea?
No,
Was this her statements to you?
yes,
And you wrote them down as she stated?
yes,
Okay, now you have personal knowledge as to what is in this document, don't you?
yes,
Because you wrote it.
correct.
Okay. And has it been altered in any way, shape, or form?
No,
And do you have personal knowledge to the contents of this document?
yes,
So based on that, sir, isn't it true that everybody was in the house?
Object to hearsay, Your Honor. He is asking. the-
Sustained,
yes,
excuse me. When I rule on an objection, if you don't know whether or not you should answer, just ask me.
yes, ma'am.
All right.
Do you know whether my client ejaculated or not?
Object to hearsay. This was already addressed. before
This
objection.
is party's approach.
Oh, okay. Okay, fine. Just trying to look at different things here. I think my wife would tell you that certain Hispanic men are aggressive and pushy, by the way he questions sometimes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it's his natural way of doing it. I don't think he's trying to be nasty about it. It's just his way, and I think that a lot of people on the jury are Hispanic, so to them it's probably okay. To the layperson like me and Sarah and whoever, it's a bit aggressive.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. How long was your meeting with Nina?
I don't remember.
Now, these are serious allegations. You agree?
Yes,
And you don't remember how long it took you?
no,
What sort of questions did you ask Nina to ascertain whether she was telling the truth?
just basic questions.
Such as?
What brought her into my location to give a statement?
I mean, you have to agree with me. These are very serious accusations, aren't they?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Correct,
This is a very vivid picture of events, isn't it?
correct.
Does it sound as something that had been rehearsed? You know what? Don't answer that. Did you ask Nina to submit to a polygraph test?
Objection outside the scope of
I'm cross-examining.
and well, and object to defense interrupting the state as they're
All right,
just stating their objection.
sustain. You
Um,
may make your objection.
and
Jeez, how childish is that?
can you repeat the question? Sorry. Lost my train of thought.
You may ask.
This
your
is a
question.
Judge, I don't
A
remember.
crop show.
And he doesn't remember his question.
All right.
This is a crop show.
Your question to the court reporter. If you read that back.
Does it sound like something that has been rehearsed? You know what? Don't answer that. Did you ask me to submit to a polygraph test? Objection outside the scope of cross-examination.
All right, with regards to the objection outside the scope, that's overruled.
The state would object to relevance.
That will be sustained.
They love objecting and they just throw in 3, 4 different objections out there. Hopefully one will stick.
How long did it take you to investigate this case, detective?
Uh, 3.5 months,
3.5 months.
correct.
During the 3.5 months, how much investigation of Nina did you do?
Her interview,
That's it?
correct.
Did you check police records,
I don't remember,
arrest,
I don't remember,
school records,
I don't remember,
counseling records,
I don't remember,
doctor records?
I don't remember.
What kind of investigation did you do, detective?
Obtain Nina's statement and Mr. Thomas's statement
That's it.
and any other witnesses' statements.
And here we are. 4 years later, based on statement, trying to prosecute my client. You think that's fair?
Object to speculation and relevance.
Sustained as to relevance.
Jeez, he just chucks it out there.
You certainly called her neighbor to see what kind of neighbor she was, didn't you?
I don't remember that.
Because you didn't, did you?
It's not,
Object to argumentative.
Overruled.
it's not a report.
You believe this is a fair report?
Object to relevance.
Overruled.
Objection
Yes.
else?
Do you believe that this is just the best report you could ever bring?
Yes,
In fact, did you even check the prior allegations that were found to be false?
Object to defense attorney testifying and speculation.
All right, with regards to the defense attorney testifying, that will be sustained.
Did you ascertain as to anything that has been charged in the past?
repeat the question.
Did you ascertain as to any other allegations in the past?
I don't remember.
I don't remember. So you're telling
Hi,
the jury
Sean.
that you don't know whether Nina has made these allegations in the past? Is that what you
I
expect him
did
to
know
believe?
there was a prior recant of a prior case.
No,
Okay, and so what did you learn about that?
it's all good, my friend. Hope you're well.
The report at that time stated that the victim had recanted that original statement.
What does that mean for the jury so they can understand?
Basically, the victim had recanted and took back what she had stated originally in that original report.
No further questions, Your Honor.
When did you do the investigation in this case?
The investigation began in November. Forgive me, I'm sorry, October 2019.
And when you're doing an investigation like this, is it normal to investigate the criminal records of the complainant?
Yes,
Is it normal to look into school records?
yes,
Is it normal to look into counseling records?
yes.
And how many cases have you investigated since you investigated this case? Since 2019?
I can't have a number, too many.
That's a stupid
There are
question.
Countless cases.
Correct.
No further questions.
So let me get this straight. It's normal to look at the records, right? That's what you testify. Yes?
Correct.
And it's normal to investigate, correct? Well, you didn't do it, did you?
Object to misportraying his previous answer.
Overruled.
You didn't do it, did you?
I did the background check of Mr. Thomas.
Of the complainant, sir.
No,
Mhm. Prosecutor just asked you, this report was October 2019, correct?
correct.
Did you ask Nina whether she had just had a fight with her mother?
No,
Did you know that she had a fight with her in August 2019?
I don't remember.
Because you didn't ask, did you? No further
No.
questions, Your Honor.
State,
Nothing further. No.
is this witness excused or subject to recall?
Excuse from the state.
Excuse from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much for
Yes.
coming in. State, call your next witness.
State has no other witnesses in the state wants to decide.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you all a brief recess. I have to take up another matter outside your presence. It's unrelated to this case. It's just something from our morning docket. So
That's fine, Judge. We could take a break as well. So I'll skip on to it. We don't necessarily have to watch that bit. I think we'll be back maybe around here. Oh, too far. I think I've gone too far. Yes, Sean. Hope you're well, my friend. Where do you live, Sean? Because you don't like mornings, do you? Where are you from? Let me just find it and then I'll put back on screen. Yes, I think that's back. Share screen. Okay, we're back. Guess who's back? The trial is back. Right, it's just muted for a second on their side, not my side. Let's just. Oop. I don't want to skip too far ahead, otherwise it gets like that again. So we'll just wait. Just wait on me. When I'm up. Oh, here she comes.
back on the record in 2021 CR 4470, State of Texas versus Richard Anthony Thomas. Court is in receipt of a motion that's been filed where the defendant is requesting a motion for directed verdict. State, have you had a chance to review the motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, defense.
Your Honor, this particular case was filed, or the trial began August 8th, and it closed today. on
Sorry,
August
Lloyd.
10th. The burden of the state, based on the evidence that we have heard, has not been met in specifically indecency with a child. Now, we have gone through, and we believe that because of Moff v. State 131, Southwest Third 485, 488 in 2004, and William v. State 937, Southwest Second 479, 482 in 2004. The defense believed that the state has not met the burden of proof, specifically the prima facie of the case. Now, in conjunction with this, Your Honor, I'd like to file a nationally running objection. And this is based on 296 Southwest Third
Wonderwall.
555, 2009. This is a Texas criminal appellate case in which the court ruled that the defense was entitled to ask when false accusations came about. And in this particular case, the court ruled that the defense was not able to go into it with a detective, nor will we be able to go into it with the actual.
Oh, excuse me. So I saw today, I'm not sure what it is, but some issues with the Sixers today. I saw something on Barstool Sports. It says something about Sixers. So I'm not sure what's happening with the Sixers there, Sean. What you guys are doing there in basketball.
Victim. And so as a result, Your Honor, we believe that this falls squarely within that case. And as a result, based on those two factors, we're requesting that the court grant the directed verdict, Your Honor.
All right, State.
Your Honor, it's the state's position that we have presented enough evidence
fine,
through
sure,
the
fine.
through the state's witnesses to present a prima facie case on counts 1 and 2 of indecency with the child. Through the testimony of Nina Sanchez, she did testify to 2 incidents of touching by the defendant. One by the defendant's genitals touching the complainant, and the second, the defendant's hand touching the complainant's genitals. In addition to the testimony, we have provided an unrebutted confession signed by the defendant as to the second instance of touching, and have presented evidence into as much as there is a possibility for the jury to come to
Fly, Eagles, fly. That's why I thought you'd be into that, Sean.
another verdict than presented by the defendant.
All right,
Can I have an order? Can I?
yes,
Oh, should
Sure. no problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Defense motion is denied.
Which is fair. That is fair.
Defense, are you prepared to call witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Deputy Laura, if you'll bring the jury in.
Wilson. Oh, especially with the Phillies, the Eagles going so far in the Super Bowl. Yeah, no. Right, hang on a minute. I just sent you a message on Twitter. Maybe I have to fucking change that now then. I don't even know what I'm supposed to say anymore. No Cowboys. No, no Eagles. Jeez. Sarah's got me in the thumb, yeah? On the road to victory. Yeah. So yeah, I know the song too, just because I don't feel. All right, Sean. Hey, Sean, get your knickers back. Come on. I was only joking. No fair. Drivers get all my packages here. Flying.
We're ready.
All right, for the jury?
You're a mod at this rate. If Sarah's gonna leave. Dee, 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 dee. Yeah, I love the fact that you can fight songs. We don't have fight songs in Wales for colleges and stuff. You are
All right, everyone, please be seated.
my fire. My
Defense, you may call your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense called Santa Elana Thomas.
Santa Elana Thomas. Santa Elana Thomas. So this is the wife and mother. Santa Elana Thomas. Santa Elana Thomas. Yes, so this is the mother of the victim and the wife of the accused. Where did you go, Lois kid? Oh, yeah, actually, I don't know. Used to watch all baseball and football games. Or one day after some home time, every player I knew was
All
gone
right, you'll
for it.
take a seat
Oh,
here,
yeah, fair,
please.
fair, Sean. Which school do you go to, Lois kid? You
Do you raise your
are
right hand?
my
Do you solemnly swear or affirm
fire.
the testimony you give will be the truth, but nothing but the truth? So
Oh,
help you God?
USC. I know you are, USC.
All right. Make sure you keep your voice
You
up so that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury can hear. If you'll state your name for the record.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Santa Elena Thomas.
Defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Thomas, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how are you related to my client?
I am his wife.
And how long have you been married to my client?
I believe 12 years.
12 years.
Okay,
now
I
tell the
won't
members
guess.
of the
Just get it
jury-
right.
What is your relation to Nina Sanchez,
I am her mother.
biological?
Yes, her biological mother
And how long have you been her mother?
for 26 years.
26 years. Do you love your daughter?
Of course.
Has Nina ever
Okay.
made accusations against your husband?
Yes, she has.
And what has happened with those accusations?
Object to lack of personal knowledge.
Your
All
Honor,
right, you
based
can
on
lay the foundation.
You know your daughter, right?
Yes.
And when she was young, actually, let me ask you this. When was the first time she ran away from home?
I believe she was 11.
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Yeah, that approach. Good approach.
Just left Pac-12. Oh, geez, now you're testing me. I actually need to look this up because it's all changed now, isn't it? Oops, hang on.
All right, you may answer the question.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. When was the first time she left the house?
Object to assuming facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
She was 11.
11. And has she done this
Hmm.
multiple times?
She did it about 4 times.
That she's run away from the house?
Yes.
And did she give you an indication as to why she ran up the house?
Oregon,
Object to
Washington,
eliciting hearsay.
All right, that'll be sustained.
Colorado, Arizona, Arizona
Do you have
State,
any knowledge
Utah.
as to why she ran to the house?
I ran away from home. A few times she was upset
Oh,
because I was
Object to
PLA.
hearsay.
All right. You can answer yes or no to the question, but not what was told to you.
It's all good. It's all good.
Were you
It's
aware
all
as the
good,
reason
Lois
as to why
kid.
she left?
Yes.
Okay. And did you try to talk to her out of running away?
She didn't tell me she was gonna run away. She just did it.
Okay. And when was the first time that you found out that your daughter was sexually active?
Object to improper impeachment under Rule 412.
All right, that'll be sustained.
Has your daughter ever told you that she was sexually active?
Object to improper impeachment under Rule 412.
All right, number one, I don't believe he's impeaching the witness, but I will sustain your objection under 412.
Just so I have clarification, I'm trying to, again, establish the motive, which is the exception of the 412. That's what I'm.
All right, so then we need to have a hearing on that outside the presence of the jury.
Okay, Your Honor, understood.
No, we can do that. We can have a hearing outside the presence.
I'll
Okay.
move on. Why are you still with my client?
Because he's a good person and he's been very honest and very caring to the whole family.
How can you tell the members of the jury that he's being honest when he's been accused of indecency with your daughter?
Well, I have proof and of the things that I've been through in my life with my daughter and what she's told me herself.
What sort of things you have?
Object to hearsay.
You cannot say what someone has told you.
Oh,
No.
What sort of proof do you have?
And object to improper impeachment. You can't impeach someone this way with specific instances of conduct.
I'm sorry.
That lawyer annoys me.
What sort of proof do you have?
About Richard being honest and him not doing it, the fact,
Let me change this. What type of student was she in school?
she was A and B student.
NB student. And when you started seeing her behavior change?
Nina's behavior has always been kind of different. She could do good in school, but she was always having issues of the teacher calling about her stealing, taking other things from students and so forth.
So she's been a problematic child?
Yes, for in school, taking things, yes.
Tell the jury what happened between you and her father.
Object to relevance.
Overrule.
We were married.
Yes, she believes the
He
the
started,
stepfather.
He was a Christian man. And he never showed signs of abuse or anything like that or drugs. And then when we got married, he started showing like I couldn't go to my parents' house, I couldn't talk to my siblings, I couldn't do certain things. And then he got to the point where he got controlling and the rent wasn't getting paid. I started finding out that he wasn't being very honest with me. And then he started getting physical with me. I found drugs in the home. He would lock me in, and Nina was already born, in one bedroom. He would put nails on the windows and I couldn't get out to go get help. And we only had a landline. We did not have anything other things. He would put baby powder on the floor and tell me that if somebody was coming in the home, he'll know. So nobody's coming in the home and he would step on it. He says, look, I know somebody's coming in the home. So it got real ugly. It started getting physical. There was drugs. One night his sister called me stating that my ex-husband was in the hospital. He got stabbed. I told her I really didn't care because at that point it was really ugly. I have domestic violence reports. And then
Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to renew its relevance objection and also object to narrative.
Sustained.
Let me ask you a question. Nina watched all of this.
she was little. She was about 1.5, 2.
Did you tell her anything that happened between you and your ex?
Well, she heard it, yes,
You think that affected her?
of course.
You
Unbelievable,
learned
isn't
that
it?
in 2019, you and her was the last time you communicated with her. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You remember the month?
I texted her August 1st and I was checking on her. She did not respond because previously we had been texting throughout the whole year and calling each other. And in July, she had called me out. I was at a Christian assembly and I was in Houston. And so she texted me that she wanted to commit suicide.
Object to hearsay.
I have the text,
Sustained.
I have the text messages.
Right. The objection is sustained.
Would you consider your relationship with your daughter tumultuous?
Yes,
Have you shown her the love that she needs?
not recently. We haven't seen each other, but yes, I've shown her love. I've been there for her.
Will you be surprised if I tell you that she doesn't feel loved by you?
She's told me that, yes.
How does that make you feel like a mother?
It hurts. Because I've been there for her. And I've taken care of all my kids the same way.
You're choosing your husband over your daughter.
That I did not choose my husband over my daughter. I chose my daughter before anybody else.
In fact, tell the members of the jury what happened when she came in and told you this information.
Object to leading.
Overrule.
When it was on a Thursday, Friday, as she approached me, we were in the vehicle in my Durango with the other kids. And she had told me that Richard,
Object to hearsay, Your Honor.
All right, sustained.
she had told me.
Excuse me. Once I
When
rule on an
did she-
objection, just 1 second. Once I rule on an objection, if you don't know whether or not you should continue to answer, just ask me.
Okay,
You may ask your question.
Ms. Thomas, you cannot say if what she told you.
oh,
Only what you know.
so after she spoke to me and she told me, I told her and my other daughter Jacqueline to stay in the vehicle. And I told her to take care of the little ones because my son and my daughter were little. And I went in the house and I got a knife. And he was asleep. And I was gonna kill him that day. Because of what she had told me. I remember I got on top of the bed and I started hitting him.
Object to narrative.
Overrule.
I heard my kids screaming. And they told me, Mom. And I told them to
Erin.
get the hell out of the house.
Erin, you
I
child.
remember crying with my kids.
You remember what year that was?
So I gotta stop that because this isn't funny, but this is funny. So every 1st of April, your husband's a small bus. So you could call him small bus for one day. Yes, this is the mother and the wife. Mother of the victim, wife of the alleged perpetrator.
I don't remember the year.
But you were ready to kill him for your daughter.
Yes, I was.
How many times has Nina made the same allegations?
She's called CPS 6 times.
She's called.
Well, I don't know if she's called, but CPS has been involved in her life.
Object to lack of personal knowledge.
Overrule.
And this 6 times, at any of those times, did they remove the keys away from you?
The first time they did.
And so what happened?
Belinda. Belinda had told me.
That Belinda Castellanos?
Yes,
Object to hearsay again.
Sustained. You can't state
I'm
what
sorry.
someone told you.
She didn't say, Your Honor, she just stated that's her name, Belinda Castellanos. Is that her name?
yes.
Excuse me. My objection to hearsay is sustained.
What is the name of this, of the CPS worker that came to your house?
Belinda Castellano.
Okay.
I was told that Richard Thomas had to be removed out of the home. And then they removed the children out of the home.
Sorry.
Belinda
He's gonna
ever
object.
tell you how to get your children back?
Yes,
How?
Object to hearsay.
Sustained.
What did your husband do to get the children back?
Object to lack of personal knowledge.
Overruled.
he took a lie detector test.
And so what happened after?
I was told that he had failed it,
Who asked you to, for him to take a lie detector?
Miss Castellano.
She asked you.
Yes.
Object to hearsay.
Overruled.
Did that change everything?
Well, him taking the lie detector test. Well, when they told me, yeah, that he had failed it, I would question a lot of stuff.
Do you know why your husband would take a lie detector?
But I know he would, because he told me that he goes, I have nothing to hide, I'll do it. Because I have nothing. to
Object to
hide.
hearsay.
Sustained.
I do believe that that's the, I'm just rephrase, objection is a hearsay exception, right? He's here present.
Sustained.
Jesus, okay.
After the examination, the polygraph, that's what it was, right?
Yeah.
After that, did you get your children back?
a month later.
And did anybody file any charges against your husband?
No,
Now, even after this, you're still here in front of the jury testifying on behalf of your husband, are you not?
Yes.
Why?
because I know him. You have to understand, living in the home, Richard was never left really with the kids at all. They were in daycare and with me. Richard didn't want to be around the kids, and I'm being very honest.
Object to hearsay.
Overruled.
I mean, I was one taking care of them day and night. They would go to work with me until the daycare opened. Then I would take them to daycare. Then the daycare would take the girls to school and the kids would stay there for daycare, get off work, go pick up the kids, the little ones, and then go get my girls from school. And they come home with me.
Is Nina capable of creating this a story, a fantasy?
Object to speculation.
Sustained.
As a mother, do you know your child?
Yes.
And do you know her to be a truthful child?
Object to improper impeachment and improper impeachment.
Overruled.
And outside the purview of this witness,
Yeah,
because
this is
it's the
ridiculous.
purview of the jury to determine the credibility of the witness and not this witness.
Overruled.
Nina can make stories, yes.
Is that normal?
No. I mean, to make up stories, like her saying that she wrote songs and they were Hannah Montana songs. I'm giving you an example. She said she wrote the
And
song.
object to improper impeachment.
Sustained.
So you have a child with a very imagination.
Object to speculation.
Overruled.
Stop speculating. This is really,
Do you know?
mine's
you have
tiny,
personal
and I
knowledge
got
whether she
another
has
tiny one.
any
I got two tiny
mental
ones.
conditions?
Yes.
And did you take her to a doctor?
Yes, she had a psychiatrist, a therapist, and then she had multiple therapists coming to the home.
And do you know the diagnosis that was given to you?
Object to eliciting hearsay.
Sustained.
Did the doctor give you
Jesus.
any diagnosis?
Object to eliciting hearsay.
And
You
did
can answer,
receive-
excuse me, when an objection is made, let me make my ruling. You can answer yes or no to that question, but you cannot say what anyone else told you.
Yeah.
Yes,
And did you seek further treatment for Nina,
yes,
for the diagnosis?
yes,
Was she prescribed any medications?
yes.
And how long was she on treatment for those?
Until she left home,
Did she what?
until she left home.
When she received medication, would her mood change?
She had some side effects with the medications, yes.
At what point did you take my client back into your home?
At which point, and the first time with CPS,
Oh, that's right, there were many times.
yes, the first time, it took about 6 or 7 months before he came back into the home.
Now, time and time and time again, Nina tells you he did something, correct? You kick him out. Correct?
Right.
CPS comes back. And they find nothing.
Object to lack of personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Did you receive pieces of paper from the Texas Department of Public? Thank you.
Yes,
Telling you what the outcome of the investigation?
yes,
Gentlemen, I approach.
Yes.
Ehon. Hey, Sarah, by the way, the new show yesterday, the Sunday one, the football one, it was mostly about San Francisco 49ers we spoke about. The second
I'm gonna
half
show
of the
you what
show,
has been marked as defense exhibit
Josie.
number 8, number
Josie's a big 49ers fan, so we spoke quite a bit about 49ers actually.
9, and number 10. And I'm going to ask you whether you know what those documents are,
yes,
okay? And have they been altered in any way?
no,
Do you have personal knowledge to the content of these documents?
Mhm.
What was the outcome of the investigation done in 2010?
Objection,
The allegations.
lack of personal knowledge and hearsay.
Sustained as to hearsay.
Do you know what CPS found?
Object to hearsay and lack of personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Were these accusations ruled out?
Yes.
Object to hearsay.
Sustained.
And I'd ask, Your Honor, for the jury to disregard the answer that the witness gave before this court gave its answer on the objection.
All right. You're to
I enjoyed this,
disregard
Sarah.
that last
I
answer.
enjoyed the show. Honestly, I enjoyed it. Lady Law, she messaged me, said
Well,
she
ask
enjoyed
only
it.
if you know, why do you think that Nina will create these stories?
Object to speculation.
Sustained.
No, no.
Has Nina created any type of stories before?
Yes.
Object to improper impeachment. Object to
Wasn't great.
hearsay.
Wasn't great,
Overruled.
Sarah.
Yes.
Is that typical of her?
Object to improper impeachment.
Overruled.
It became the norm.
How does that make you feel as a mother?
Sad.
Your little child, you couldn't do anything to help her, could you?
I try to get everything I could get it for her.
What did you try to get?
Therapy. Therapists coming over, try to see what I didn't understand. But because there were psychological problems.
Object to hearsay and speculation by this witness.
All right. That will be sustained.
Did you treat her differently than any other one of your children?
No,
Will you be surprised if I told you that she told the jury yesterday that she was denied water?
I wouldn't be surprised.
And did you deny water from her?
No, I did not deny water from her.
When she went to stay with the tias, who was the tia that she went to live with?
She stayed with my sister Grace Martinez.
Grace.
Probably more,
Do you
Sean.
know why she
It's
came back?
ridiculous.
Why she
It's
came back?
ridiculous.
She had told my sister she wanted to come back.
Dennis said it right, because if you're going to object, use some confidence. He just objects just for the sake of, oh shit, I'm panicking here.
Because
I
she
mean-
missed us all.
With a BR.
So, and object to hearsay on that last answer.
All right. That's untimely.
When she came back, how was the relationship between Nina and my client?
It was fine. It wasn't like the way, I mean, they had an okay relationship, but it wasn't like a father-daughter relationship.
Okay? Did you see any type of inclination of sexual nature?
No,
Did you see my client touching your daughter inappropriately?
no, they were never by themselves. The kids were either with me in one room, and because he was always with his uncles or his brothers, but he was never like with the children.
Would he take showers and walk around naked in front of the kids?
No, he would not do that.
Was he in the habit of ejaculating over the bed?
No,
Did you guys ever make love while you were standing up?
no, not.
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
In the
Oh.
report? Have you
Surprised.
read the report
Oh, from what? I'm sorry.
from the investigation?
I just saw the video, not the report.
Okay, do you think that the investigation in this case was fair?
Object to speculation, relevance, and lack of personal knowledge.
Sustained.
How many times the investigator interview you?
The The one from 2019,
Let's talk about that one.
they called, they never came to interview. I never went or anything. They called.
Anybody ask you whether Nina could lie?
No,
Could you have said that she doesn't lie?
I cannot say that.
You aware that your daughter stated that she was experimenting since she was very young?
Object to eliciting hearsay.
Sustained.
What type of conversations did you have with your daughter, Nina?
Um, depending on what she was doing, there was a lot of things that was going on. And I was trying to give her advice as a mother to what she should be doing and not be doing as a young person.
Did you believe my client's story?
Yes,
Did you believe Nina's story?
not so.
Object to improper impeachment
Any other objection?
and object to usurping the purview of the jury to determine the credibility of this witness.
Sustained.
Oh my God, come on.
When you separated from your first husband, was that fair to Nina?
Objection, relevance, objection, speculation.
Brexit.
Overruled.
Oh my,
Was it fair to Nina? I don't think it's fair to any kid.
Did that have affected her?
Yes,
When you took Richard back, could that have affected Nina?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I'm sure it probably did.
Do you know whether your daughter hates Richard?
I don't know if she hates him because, I mean, she acted like she was okay with him and she hated me in the family unit. I was always the bad guy. But then when we see things that she's doing, or Richard would bring out to me, hey, she needs to stop doing this. Why is she doing this? It was like, okay, he's a bad guy.
So Richard was the enforcer.
He was
of
the enforcer.
rules.
Yes,
Nina obviously did not like that.
no, she did not like that.
Was he the same with all his children?
no comment.
No,
Oh, he's
with Nina and Jacqueline, he was a little bit harder than the two younger ones.
You think that could create resentment on children?
Yes,
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
In fact, was it obvious as a mother that he was treating two of your children differently than the other two?
yes.
How could you be
I'm-
sure
Yeah,
that my
I'm lost as
client
well.
did not touch your daughter inappropriately?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
You and my client have had multiple conversations, correct?
Correct,
In fact, we just learned that you tried to kill him one time, correct?
correct.
What changed?
I mean, we still have disputes, believe me, we had arguments throughout,
Welcome to married life.
and,
What changed?
well, I mean, I've asked him questions plenty of times and he's never lied to me when I asked him certain things. And I was waiting for that lie. He did not lie. And
Object to speculation and hearsay.
Approach, Your Honor.
Sustained to hearsay.
Sorry, approach.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Let me show you what has been marked
You
as
can't follow any of this.
Stakes Exhibit 2A, and this is into evidence. So you can completely read it out loud if you want. And have you seen this document before?
no,
You have not?
No, I have not seen this document.
How do you find out that Richard made a confession?
Miss Belinda Castillo.
Objection calls for speculation and lack of personal knowledge.
Any other objection?
A hearsay.
Sustain as to hearsay?
Can we approach?
Yes.
Approach away. Conversation that's not. Yeah, to be honest, I wasn't listening. If I'm being completely honest with you with that bit, I just think it's now getting a bit getting too much with all these objections. So every question I expect to see here objection, and then him stumbling or hearsay objection, whatever.
In here it says that my client voluntarily took a polygraph test. Is that true?
Object to, no, sorry.
Oh, piss off.
Yeah, this is a document admitted in.
I just withdrew my objection.
He withdrew the objection.
That he, I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I voluntarily took a polygraph test.
He was told to take a volunteer.
Object to hearsay.
Overruled.
So this statement is not true. He didn't voluntarily took it, did he?
He took it, but he
getting
was,
too
I
much
was
now.
told to tell him.
Objection
It wasn't
hearsay.
voluntary, was it?
All right, so parties, when an objection is raised, if you all could stop asking questions and stop answering, and I'll make my ruling. The objection is overruled.
So that was, he didn't take it voluntarily, did he?
Right, yes, sir.
He did or he did not?
Oh, he took it voluntary, yes.
Was he the one that says, I'm gonna take the polygraph test, or was it you who told him based on what?
I told him what Miss Cassiano told me. She said,
Object to hearsay.
Sustain as to what
Listen
the
to
other
what I'm
person
saying.
said.
I voluntarily took a polygraph test.
so he gonna go take it, yes.
Was that his idea?
No,
At any point where you told that if he does a polygraph test, you'll get the kids back?
Object to hearsay.
Sustained,
Anybody made you any promise
yes.
Object to hearsay.
overruled,
to get your children back?
Object to hearsay.
overruled.
Yes,
I want to ask you a very unfair question, but
Object to sidebar.
Sustained,
if you had to lie to get your children back, would you?
I'll do anything for my kids.
No further questions, Your Honor.
state,
Santa, how many times have you spoken with the defense attorney prior to coming today and testifying?
The defense attorney as to,
Mr. Baez over there.
maybe like 3 times.
3 times. And did you ever come to any of his pretrial settings?
What do you mean? Like the ones for Richard?
The court settings prior to this trial?
I think I came to 3 of them.
Okay, so did you talk to Mr. Baez at all 3 of those settings?
He really didn't talk to me. He talked to
Okay.
Richard.
So when and where did you talk to Mr. Baez?
Objection, Your Honor, as an answer.
overruled,
I'm sorry,
You may answer. When and where did you talk to Mr. Baez?
here.
Here, I thought you said he didn't talk to you every time he came here.
No, I talked to him today.
I need you to slow down, please.
I'm sorry,
Okay, I thought you said you didn't talk to him when you came here.
today. I spoke
Okay,
to him.
and what were the other 2 times?
I believe when he was trying to get the witnesses together. So
Okay.
all the family went.
And have you watched any of the proceedings on YouTube?
I'm sorry,
Have you watched any of this court's proceedings on YouTube?
I did for Tuesday, yes.
So you watched the proceedings of this court on Tuesday on YouTube?
Yeah, but I was told to get off, so
Okay. So you kind of already know what's been said in the courtroom then, right?
no, because I had to log off right away because the Mr. Bias told Richard to make sure that nobody got on the thing, so
Okay.
we did it.
And when Richard got out of jail in May of 2008, where did he go?
I'm sorry, say that again.
When Richard got out of jail in May of 2008, where did he go?
He went to his mom's house
Okay, how long was he at his mom's house?
for a while,
How long is a while?
about 3 months, 4 months.
Okay, a moment ago you said he moved back into your home with your children 6 or 7 months later.
Talking about the first time when CPS got involved.
I'm talking about, as I stated in my question, May of 2008, when he got out of jail.
Oh, because Richard went to jail the second time CPS got involved. That's my memory and dates and times, I don't know. But as far as like the second time CPS got involved, that's when he went to jail. The first time Richard got CPS, I did not get with Richard, back to Richard 6 to 7 months the first time. The second time he went to his mom's house when he got out of jail.
Was that the time in 2008?
I believe so.
Okay, so he goes to his mom's house and you said it was for 3 months, right?
Mhm.
And so after those 3 months, where does he go?
He comes back to our house, but
Okay.
not like lived with us. He was visiting.
Did you know that there was a protective order in place prohibiting Richard from contacting Nina?
But Nina was not there.
Okay, so where was he living then?
He was, no, he wasn't living with us. He was still with his mom. He was under supervised vision.
I thought you said he was only there for 3 months.
No, he was living with his mom. We didn't get, in other words, we weren't living together. He was coming to being supervised by by me, either that or he had to be supervised by his mom if he was gonna see the kids.
So how long did he stay with his mom?
I really can't remember how long exactly at the second time when he came out of jail. I'm not too sure with his mom.
So the reference to 3 months was what then? When you said he stayed with his mom for 3 months, what were you referring to?
Because he went to go stay at a hotel.
Okay, and so when he was staying at the hotel, when did he move back in with the family?
I wanna say November.
November of that same year.
I'm trying to think, because I know it was a little bit after Thanksgiving.
Okay, and so he moved in November. Did you know that the case was still pending and there was still a no contact order prohibiting from contacting Nina?
For Nina, yes, but he was not seeing Nina. He was being supervised because they said that he could see his other children, but not Nina and Jacqueline. They
But
said
he
he
was-
could not see Nina or Jacqueline.
But you just said he was living back in the home.
In November, yes, because they had closed the case. They just sent me a letter.
Would it surprise you to learn that the case was still open in 2009 and wasn't closed out until well into 2009?
I'm telling, I don't know if it was, I got a letter, it was closed.
So you didn't know that he was violating the protective order while he was living with your house, did you?
I need one at a time, please.
I hadn't finished answering my question. Please wait till I finish answering my question before you give your answer.
Slow down, please.
Yes.
Answering my questions, asking you idiot. But he's been a dick as well, so
So you didn't know
I don't think that she watched that much of it because she was told to get off it, is the point.
that that he was violating the protective order while he was living with you in your house in the year 2008.
Okay, is that the first time when you're saying when he went to jail, am I correct?
The time he went to jail in 2008.
That's not the first time. What you're saying when he went to jail,
No,
when was the first time CPS?
No, stop. There needs to be one question, then one answer. The court reporter cannot take down two people talking at the same time, and everybody needs to speak slower than what they're speaking. Ask your question.
in 2008, May of 2008, you told us that in May of 2008, he got out of jail. He stayed at his mother's house, he stayed at a hotel, and then he went back to your house in November of 2008. Were you aware that he was violating the protective order between him and Nina?
Is that, my question is to you, is that the first accusation that Nina made?
That's the
towards-
first time CPS got involved, yes.
Okay, so correction, first time that CPS got involved, He did not go to jail, so it had to be the second time.
Okay.
That's not correct.
Okay.
The first time CPS got involved, me and Richard did not get back together until 6 or 7 months later.
What year, sorry, what year was the first year that CPS got involved?
I'm like I said, I don't remember the year, but I remember exactly because the first time he did not get arrested. The
All right.
second time he did.
So to be clear, the time that he got out of jail in May and had a pending case from the year 2008 into 2009, and he was prohibited from contacting Nina, you are telling this jury that he lived in the house and violated the protective order in late in the year 2008, going into 2009.
I will,
Argumentative, ask and answer.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
he did come to the home. He was not living. Now, I was confused for the first time and second time. When he got out of jail, he went and go live with his mom. Then he went and go get a hotel room because his mom, they were moving out of that home. He went and go live with his mom. CPS, I did get a hold of the CPS caseworker to see if he could see the two youngest ones as long as they were supervised. But Jacqueline and Nina could not be around. That was the situation on that. So he did come for Thanksgiving. So no, he was not back in the house in the second time like that. No, correction on that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was confused with the first and second.
Did you know that he confessed to touching Nina's vagina for sexual gratification?
I was told by Miss Castellano, yes.
And did you know that he said he was disgusted with himself?
No, I was not told that.
If you knew that he had admitted that to doing that to your daughter, why would you ever let him back in your home?
But I was not told that. You see, this is,
But hold on, you
Excuse me.
just,
One person at a time. The court reporter cannot take down two people talking at the same time.
okay, you just said that you did know that he confessed to touching Nina's vagina for sexual gratification. You told us that the CPS worker told you that. So if you knew that, why would you let him back in your house at all?
because throughout the whole, and when Richard was out of the home, there was things that was said. And because I can't say hearsay, it's gonna be said hearsay, but what my child was telling me, and then I start finding evidence and stuff that she was bringing out to me.
But Richard himself confessed. Why would you question Richard's honesty when he confesses to something that is against his interest?
Because that's not Richard's cup of tea. I know Richard. Richard is not like that.
Mhm. And did you have an interview with the detective in the case in 2007?
What detective?
The detective that was investigating the case in 2007.
I just remember CPS workers. I don't remember
Okay.
anybody.
Do you remember promising to protect Nina?
To the detective? Of
Yes.
course, I mean, I don't know if it was a detective, but I know, I mean, I always tell how to protect my children.
And so you say Richard's a good person,
Yes.
and was he a good father?
Once CPS got involved the first time, it was a wake-up call for him. And he started trying to treat the girls differently. We were taking classes. We started taking family unit classes for divided households where he's not the biological father, so they try to get for step families. So there was a program that we got ourselves into. So he started doing that.
And do good fathers want nothing to do with their children?
Well, in the beginning, he wasn't trying to be a father. He was young. You gotta understand the time frame.
Would it surprise you if in the year 2019, he told a detective he wanted nothing to do with those children?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
And would it surprise you that the detective came into court today and said on the witness stand that he wanted nothing to do with these children?
Objection, Your Honor, improper impeachment.
Sustained.
And you said that you texted Nina on August 1st, but she never responded.
Yes.
Why'd you block her then?
Wouldn't that be hearsay from her?
No. Why did you block Nina?
I did not block Nina. I have text messages. The last text message I texted her, "Are you okay? I haven't heard from you."
So would you be surprised to learn Nina said that you blocked her?
I wouldn't be surprised.
And you said that Richard had always been there for Nina. When someone is there for someone, do they want nothing to do with that person?
In the beginning, he didn't want nothing to do with my children. I can say that he was distant, but he was friends. He wasn't like trying to be their dad. We weren't established like we're gonna be a family. So it wasn't like, oh, wow, we're gonna get married, we're gonna be whatever. But as far as like later on down the line, once, like I said, CPS got involved the first time, it was a wake-up call, like, this is something I have to change my viewpoint.
So do good fathers need CPS to tell them how to be good fathers?
Some people do, some people don't.
Okay, and you said the detective only called you and you tried to, you never really got to talk to him. Would you be surprised if the detective said that he tried to call you back and you ignored his calls?
Yes, Your Honor, improper impeachment evidence.
Sustained.
And you talked about the state removing the kids the first time. You said the state removed the kids. Who from the state came and took the kids from your house?
I do not know. This is what, I can only tell you what I remember is when Nina told me this on Friday, it was a Friday from school. On Saturday, I received a phone call from my sister because I took the kids to daycare. On Saturday morning, she called me around 10 o'clock and she says, hey, she goes, we're here. Mom's taking the kids. CPS called. And I told my sister, are you joking? And then she goes, no. She goes, Mom has the kids. And she goes, you need to call CPS.
So you just said that your mom took the kids, not anyone from the state.
No, the CPS told my mom, they called my mom if she was willing to take the children.
So they just asked if she was willing and she did. I'm still missing where they physically took the kids from you.
I don't know, I wasn't there.
Okay.
I was at work.
So when you were answering that question, you were answering without any personal knowledge.
Yeah, I wasn't there when they took my kids.
Thank you. You said that they were never by themselves. But wasn't there a time when you had a knee injury and you had to go to the hospital? Were they not by themselves that time?
When I fell and
Mhm.
shattered my kneecap.
Yeah.
I was there, my kids, Richard was at work. He lived with his mom. It was on Gus Garcia. And I shattered my kneecap and I had told Nina to call Richard to please call from my cell phone because my leg was all the way back. And I told Jackie to call 911 from the house line. Richard came, went with me to the hospital. The ambulance got there and my sisters and all them, they all went to the hospital.
And you said there were no charges filed against your husband.
Correct.
But what about the case in 2007? Do you not
Well,
recall when he was indicted and charged with crimes?
Yes, and then I was told later on, the third time CPS got involved, because I told them like what had happened. And they said, do you realize that every statement that she makes is the same one that goes back?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You can answer.
They told me that it's the same accusation she made from the very first accusation.
Right.
So I thought every accusation that she made was a different one, like in other words, he tried every time a different time. And they said, no, it goes back to the first accusation.
And the first one, the one where she was bribed with Hannah Montana toys to change her
No.
story, right?
No, she was molested.
Was it the second time when she was bribed with Hannah Montana toys to change her story?
I never bought her Hannah Montana. That was my sister's.
Your sisters bought her Hannah Montana?
Yes.
Did the defendant's mom ever buy her Hannah Montana toys?
She bought her a blouse.
Mhm. And did you ever tell her that if she continued to make these allegations against Richard, her siblings would grow up without a father?
No, I did not tell her that.
Mhm. And did you ever take her with you to a bond attorney near the jail before bonding out?
I took all my children because there was no one to watch my children. I always had my kids.
Did you make a video of her recanting her allegations on one of those trips?
No, no, Scott Martinez, the lawyer at the time, he says, well, because Nina said, I never said those things. And Scott Martinez said, well, would you be comfortable if we could report you saying that. And then she said, yeah, I can.
Hmm.
So that was, the video was fine.
Hmm.
But it was never used, that, not to my knowledge.
Why did you pressure her to do that?
I did not pressure her to do anything. Nina is not one to be pressured. Nina does what she wants to do.
Um,
I agree, those kids. They're such a weird family.
when the defendant was living with his grandmother, was he supporting you financially? Or with his mother, sorry?
Got the
Was
cat
he
dragged
supporting me
in
financially?
Yes.
by the girl.
He was helping with the kids, yes.
And I'm gonna object, this will be on the scope. Data reclose.
All right, that will be overruled. You can answer that question.
Yes, he was helping with his children.
Okay. And didn't you tell CPS that part of your motivation for keeping him around was financial support?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I was a breadwinner.
Excuse me, that's okay. That'll be overruled. You can answer the question.
Sean, hopefully Jack's okay as well. Send my love to Jack, please, Sean. I've seen him, only saw him once over the weekend, so hopefully he's okay.
I was actually working, so I never depended on anybody's, not even Nina's father or Richard's money. I worked.
Okay, so you didn't tell CPS that he was supporting you financially. during
They
this time.
asked me a question if Richard was supporting that. Well, yes, he does support me.
Okay, so you're changing your answer to yes, he does.
He supported the children. Yes, they asked if he was giving any financial money.
No further questions.
Defense?
Bro, Your Honor,
Yes.
do you have that phone? Where you said
Yes.
you have the text messages?
Yes.
Can you pull it out?
Never an excuse, Buttergirl, never an excuse. Ever. Hope your mother gets better soon.
Have you blocked your daughter?
No.
And that's the text, right?
Yes, I have different numbers from her. She does not, she, at the time, Nina did not have different, she never had the same number.
My question is, have you blocked? Your daughter?
No, I have not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
State?
Just rest, State.
Is it possible to block someone and then unblock them?
Yes,
All right. And did you block your daughter and unblock her?
no, I would not do that.
And not even when she's making up false allegations?
I didn't know she was making false allegations.
But isn't that what you've been trying to say here this whole time?
No, not
Jesus.
the 2019 allegations. We had been talking since the day they found her. I've been helping her from that point on. And she stopped texting me because of another reason from with the girl that she was with. But no, I did not block my daughter.
I think so. Or different SIM
No further
cards.
questions.
Nothing further
Probably
from the
different
defense,
SIM
Your
All
Honor.
right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Excuse from the state.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You cannot discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state or the defense. Defense, you can call your next witness. All
You
right,
see, this
everyone,
is why
I'm
you
sorry, we're
should,
gonna have to take a short break.
this is why none of you should get vacations. I mean, you don't deserve it. Do you know what I mean? If you can't relax on vacation, you shouldn't even have vacations, girls. I was going to wait until you said Jack 3 times there, but 2 is enough to make you wake up. Supposed to be busy, so I'm being hiding. Ah, that's fine. That's fine. Nice to see you, Jack. Always a pleasure to see you. Same with Sean. The kid can't have multiple. Why? Can you not have pay as you go? Do you not have pay as you go in America? She's not that concerned. She believes him when he said he had sex with her, but not And her daughter says, I don't think many normal women would have kept him around. No. No, well, I mean, I don't think it's back then they were chatting about. I think it's more when she was older, when she's a teenager. So the first thing started when she was 9, but I don't think it's that. I think it's the when she was more because the next bit was more when she was 14.
Sanchez.
So hang on, I think he's on now. Oh no, something Sanchez. So it's not him.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're okay.
No worries.
finishing this
That's
up,
fine, Sean.
Today, or do you want to break at 5?
Why would she need me to go? I've
Okay.
no idea. No idea. I'm only
I'll let
saying that
both
because of
sides
multiple numbers.
finishing their cases.
That's the only reason I'm saying it. I
I'll let you all talk about it. Oh, okay.
in here in Wales,
We'll
it's
take a
free.
break so you can talk about it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record, please.
Jacqueline Sanchez.
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Sanchez, how are you related to my client?
He's my stepdad.
And how are you related to Nina?
She's my sister.
Is she your,
Right. Well, this is pointless. They just show the bloody witness. Now they're taking her off. Oh, here it's not. Yeah, but that's why I was asking because here you can get one. You would need probably I think $5 just to. The SIM card stuff is free. You just need to top it up by $5 or something. But yeah, you can get multiple SIM cards here in the UK. You know, obviously you have to top it up and stuff to use it, but I think the first top up was $5. So that's why I thought it might be the same there with you guys. Excuse me. So this is a stepdaughter and sister. So I imagine this one is the one that may have been ABUSED as well.
sister, full sister?
Full sister.
So your father and mother are the same.
Yes.
Can you
We
tell
have-
the jury
we
if
have
you
that as
remember how
well.
many years you?
So my nieces all have a plan under my sister. But it's just more of a, that you can get a SIM card if you want to. Not that they have any of that, but I'm just trying to think of ways that she could have had another number. But yeah, we're the same here. We have family plans as well.
You and your father and your mother live together,
My bio father or
your biological father.
I don't remember, but it wasn't a long time. I don't believe so.
So is it fair to say that you remember him more as a father than your actual father
Yes,
in the house?
in the house. Yes.
Is there any time while you were living with my client in the household that you plan to get back at him?
Yes.
How so?
It would just be different plans. Me and Nina would come up with stuff to get him out of the house, whether it was making our parents argue or just things
Fair.
around like that, just to get him out of the house. We didn't want
Hey,
him
Lois
there.
kid.
Why?
It was more so that me and my sister,
Yes.
I wouldn't say
yes,
bad,
yes,
but we would do a lot of
yes.
stuff that he would catch on to that we could trick my mom. My mom wouldn't really catch on, and he did. So we didn't like that he knew what we were doing.
I want you to look at the members of the jury and tell them, has it ever been a time in which my client touched you inappropriately?
No, he's never touched me.
Has he ever had sex with you?
No, he's never had sex with me.
Has he had any inclination to touch you or grope you or anything?
No, not at all.
But somebody in your family has, hasn't it?
Yes,
Who's that?
my sister, Nina.
What has she done?
Objection, relevance?
The first attempt was when she wasn't really allowed to go to like sleepovers unless I went with her. So that night, actually, we had came back from watching Hannah Montana with her friends. And she was exploring her sexuality and stuff like that. So she touched me on my vagina. I had,
Objection, Your Honor, under Rule 412. And that the evidence is more prejudicial than probative.
I can go ahead and talk.
Oh, wow.
Okay. She touched me in my vagina while I still had clothes on. And then her friends wanted to join, so she let them join and she stepped out of the room. The second time is when we would play house. She kind of did the same thing, would just touch me in my private area, and would grope me, and that's about it.
Did you question her why she did that?
No, I didn't question her. I went along with it.
Why not?
I mean, I was little. I really didn't know. The only time I questioned her is why she let her friends do it to me. And there was no response. She didn't tell me. She just told me to get over it.
How old was Nina, if you remember?
She was like 11, 12, around there. I'm not
And
sure.
how old were you?
Around 8 or 9.
That's horrible as well.
And Nina
I mean,
ever asked you to lie about my client?
Yes,
And you know Nina more than most people, I'm assuming.
yes,
Do you know her to lie?
yes. We lied together, actually.
But you've never lied about him touching you sexually, have you?
No,
Why not?
because it wasn't right. Like I said, we would come up with a bunch of stuff to get rid of him, but when it went to the extent of him touching her and stuff, I backed out, and I'm the one who obviously told my mom about it because I knew it wasn't right.
Did you believe your sister at that time?
The very first time, yes, I did believe her because she had when we were, like I said, when we would plan it, she never told me about that specific plan until when she told my grandmother, I told my mom, and my sister told me weeks later to go along with it because she's trying to get him out of the house.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor.
So she's telling you to go along with her,
Yes,
to frame her for sexual accusations.
Objection, hearsay.
here we go. There's gonna be loads of objections again. This is wow. This family, they're so dysfunctional. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Like, who do you believe? This is the daughter that, oh my God.
Did you tell this to your mom?
I didn't. I told her. Trying to remember. I remember telling her when CPS got involved. I even told the lady who interviewed me that this wasn't true.
Ms. Campbell?
I believe so, yes. I told her it was not true. My sister was lying.
And she ignored you?
She ignored me.
So has this happened multiple times? Did Nina try to accuse him of sexual accusations?
Yes,
And do you know whether the state finds that it's true or untrue?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
sorry.
Why are you here testifying on behalf of my client?
Because it's not right. And out of everybody, I know my sister. I was close to her. She was somebody that I looked up to. And ruining somebody's life over this is not it. I do agree to a certain extent that he did treat us differently, but it was never abusive. It was never anything of that sort.
Speaking of abuse, your sister stated that she friendly did a sister rivalry. Is that true?
No.
What did she used to do to you?
Being the little sister that I was, I would steal her stuff, like her lip gloss and stuff, because like I said, I wanted to be her. And every time she found out, she would choke me or hit me, and it was never in a friendly way. I was gasping for air. I called for help, and she told me if I ever told anybody that she would hit me, she would kill me. Those were her words. And just little things like if I liked something she liked, she would hit me for it, not with just her hands.
Lawyer's kids, right? What is going on with this family? This is this is what I mean. What? How? Where? Jeez. every time you think, "Oh, okay, we believe the victim," it's like her own sister now and mother, as like her own blood, doesn't even believe her. Jeez, what's going on? What's going on?
with hangers and stuff like that.
Are we back now? 2 secs.
Was your room and her room the same?
Yes,
In fact, you used to sleep in the same little bed, right?
yes, we have the same, we shared a room.
What kind of bed was it?
I don't remember it. I know we had a twin and then we had a full size, I believe.
Tiny little bed.
Yeah, it was tiny.
At any time, did you see my client going naked into the room?
No.
At any time, was my client naked in front of you or her?
No.
At any time, did my client carry her into her room from your room?
No.
At any time, did you see any blood around your bed?
No,
At any time, did she tell you that she lost her virginity to him?
no.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
So again, why are you here telling this jury this?
Because it's not right and I'm not gonna stand by my sister when she's lying. I've stand by her so many times for other things, but I'm not ruining somebody's life for her.
No further questions from this witness, Your Honor.
State.
Yes, Your Honor. Jacqueline, are you aware that, actually, are you aware that these proceedings are recorded and streamed via YouTube?
Mhm.
And have you watched these proceedings?
Loves this question. Loves this question.
Prior to YouTube?
No.
Where, prior to you testifying today, where were you seated?
Where was I seated?
Where were you waiting for your turn to
Over
testify?
here,
Over where?
sitting on the bench, like by the door.
And how many people were sitting around you?
It was my brother and his girlfriend.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Approaching the court?
Yes.
No, you can continue to ask your questions.
Okay. And were any of the other individuals that you were seated with watching YouTube?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure,
Probably my brother's girlfriend. That's about it, but she's not testifying today.
but she was seated near you.
Yes, but I didn't have, she had her AirPods in, so I wasn't paying attention.
So how do you know that she was watching YouTube?
Because I know how the judge looks and I looked over and that's who she was watching, but I didn't have her AirPods in. I was on my phone. So
Now, are you aware that the defendant signed a confession stating that he touched Nina
Yes.
on her vagina?
I am.
And are you aware that in that confession, he stated that he was disgusted with himself?
Mhm.
Why would he sign that if it wasn't true?
Objection, Your Honor, speculative.
Sustained.
You have two younger siblings that are who Richard fathered, is that correct? Okay. Did he treat them differently than you and Nina?
Yes,
In what ways?
just in affectionate ways. Like I said in the beginning, it was just,
I know.
we
I
weren't
know.
kids. It wasn't any like, oh, get away from me or abusive or anything. It was just different.
Would he give his kids things that he wouldn't give you and Nina?
Yes,
Like what?
just toys and stuff like that.
Did he ever keep anything from you that he would give to his kids?
Like anything in general.
Yes.
No.
Now, you said that Nina would physically abuse you, is that right? Did you go to therapy for that?
Yep, several times.
And were you treated for that?
Yeah, I was.
And do those sound like things that would be cured by Nina getting her own room?
Yeah, that you would think so. Actually, you would, but it didn't turn out like that. She got her own room at Piper's Lane because she was hitting me, but the hitting still continued. So
Did you ever say anything about those later instances?
like I said,
Can you please speak one at a time, please?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, what was your question again?
Did you ever say anything about those later instances?
I did, but I never made a huge complaint about it. Like I said, I never snitched on my sister or anything. We were really close.
But you did snitch on her from the previous instances.
Well, technically, no, actually, no, that is incorrect. My little siblings did. I never said anything about my sister.
Now, with these allegations, Isn't it true that, that you were the first person that Nina told?
Yep.
And,
Oh,
did you tell your mother?
I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. I overheard. The first person she told was my grandmother and my aunt. I heard and I wrote a note to my mom about it.
And you wrote a note to your mother about what Nina said?
Yes.
Do you remember, the morning when Nina woke up with her pants unzipped?
That never happened.
That never happened?
Never happened. And the only reason why I know that is because we talked about it the night before. And she said, oh my God, wouldn't it be so funny if my pants were unzipped in the morning? And we laughed it off. That's what happened. So
This
So
is
even though you're stating here, even though that the defendant confessed, you're stating that that touching never happened.
never happened. And I can assure you never happened.
Do you confess to things that you've never done before?
All the time. I mean, now that I'm older, I confess everything I've done.
Do you confess to criminal actions that you've never done before?
I don't think I've ever done anything that would, any criminal things.
If somebody said, for instance, said that you touched a minor, would you confess to that if you hadn't?
Yeah, I mean, it depends. And our situation is different.
What's different about your situation?
As far as the confession,
No, my question to you is, would you confess to touching a minor if you had never touched a minor?
this depends.
On what?
It just depends. Like, I don't understand the question. Like, okay, so then, you know what? No, the answer is no.
So you wouldn't?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay. Do you love Richard?
Yes.
Okay. Would you do anything to protect him?
To a certain extent, yes.
Okay. Would you lie in court in order to protect him?
No. If I'm not lying for my own sister, I wouldn't lie for him.
So that doesn't depend on anything.
I guess not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Jacqueline, the prosecutor spent some time perhaps trying to confuse you in relation to whether a person. will
Objection
make-
to sidebar, Your Honor.
All right, that will be sustained.
Whether you will make a confession. Remember that.
Objection, same objection to sidebar, Your Honor.
Overruled.
If your children's returning home was depending on that, would you lie?
I know.
Yes.
So in other words, it's nothing unusual that my client supposedly confessed to get the children back, is it?
Mhm.
And do you believe that that's what happened here?
Yes.
So he confessed in order for him to get the children back,
Yes.
not because anything happened sexually.
Yes.
And you can assure this jury this because,
Because I remember everything that happened that night. We were all at, me and my siblings were all at my grandma's house and we were crying. And I remember the CPS lady. It was a CPS lady and just a bunch of other people were telling him that if he, well, my mom, if they want the kids back, he has to make some sort of confession. And that's what he did.
I have no further questions from this witness, Your Honor.
State.
Yes, Your Honor. Did you ever make a police report about Nina?
No.
Does it make sense that confessing to touching a child would return your children back to your home? Does it make sense to you, is my question.
I can't really answer that. I was little when it happened. So when I was little, I thought you do anything for your kids. So yeah.
Well, no, I'm asking you now, today, as you sit on that stand, does it make sense to you that confessing to touching a child inappropriately, sexually, would result in getting your children back into your home?
Yes, I would, because that's what happened in our situation.
And that makes sense to you?
That makes sense to me.
And defense
No.
asked you, would you admit to it knowing they would get your children back? Is that right? And you stated you would. Okay. So you would lie for your personal gain?
I mean, I don't have
Nothing
kids.
further, Your Honor.
All right.
That's poor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. That means you can't discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state of the defense. Do you understand?
He just
All
cuts
right,
her
thank
off
you.
there. Do you know what I mean?
Defense
I
for your
hate
next
that.
witness.
No, the defense. The defense calls Anthony Thomas.
Right, so what we're gonna do now is, if I hope you guys don't mind, because if you do, they're tough. Lunch break. So what I propose on doing is take a 45-minute break now, because we'll go see this through to the end. So I'll be back at 1:15 Eastern. I'm not doing another afternoon channel. This is it. So I've got sweet and sour chicken and rice. So I'm gonna go and eat that now, and then be back in about 45 minutes. I hope everyone is okay with that. I hope you come back, guys. That's the plan anyway. Um, she's absolutely. I mean, you would be as well. Do you know what I mean? Anybody in this household would be messed up, I think. So yeah, we'll be back in 45 minutes. Just gives me a chance for a break, gives you guys hopefully a chance for a break. And yeah, look forward to seeing you all after the break. Okay, with that, catch you in a bit. The stream is stuck. The stream is stuck. Big bad Dan. It's not stuck then, don't worry. I just paused it, mate. I just paused it before the next witness. So that's all it is then. So don't worry, you've not missed anything. You're all good. Um, okay, where we got here? Oh, excuse me, sorry. Nice food there, you see. So now I'm like, ooh. Bara 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 ra 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 ra. Da 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 da. Oh, okay. Mm. So we'll give it a couple more minutes and then 1:15 I will start it back up because I said 1:15. So that's what we shall do. I don't know who's left here, but it's okay. Dee dee dee. It is okay. Yeah, 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 yeah. I think the defendant is taking the stand, but that's probably not this witness because this he said Thomas. So I presume it's either the son or daughter, um, real life type of thing, not the steps, the actual, or maybe brother, sister. I have no idea. Yes, singing again, or lawyer's kid. I like to sing in between when there's no one chatting and there's no one here. So then I just sing a little bit, and then count it down. A couple more minutes. I know Rod Stewart, but I don't know his songs. I'm really bad at linking songs with people, so I never try. I just sing what I feel like singing. Do you know what I mean? I don't plan my routine, you know. And I get insulted for my singing, so you know. Um, ba 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 ram bum ba ram bum bum ba ram bum ba ram bum bum ba ram bum ba ram bum bum ba ram. Rod Stewart as well. Yeah, Rod Stewart's still alive, isn't he? I sometimes get mixed up with Rod Stewart and Paul McCartney. Not looks wise, but you know, their music and stuff. I don't know why. Dee 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 dee. Do, 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 do. Right. Ouch. Yeah, look. I don't know who Rod Stewart played for. I know, like, Paul McCartney played for the Beatles, and then he went off out on his own. Rod Stewart, I don't remember which band he was in or nothing. Don't remember. I don't remember. But also, I'm truthful about that. I'm not gonna go, all right, Rod Stewart, shit, yeah, let's Google him and put him in this band or that band. You know, I'll tell you straight, I don't know. I don't know now, but I'm having a good time. I'm having a ball. Don't stop me now. Having a good time. Right, let's start again. Let's go. We'll start. Boom, 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 boom. He was in a band early on, but most famous. Yeah, I thought so. I've never heard of the band. So I know I've seen Rod Stewart sing on his own, but never seen him in the band. That's why I thought he might be in a band though. Right, next witness is on the way to the to the box, witness box. See that? That was good timing. I needed that. I needed a bit of food. We're changing some stuff around the house, and it's like, oh, needed some food now. Remember, members only stream this Thursday.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record, and make sure you keep your voice up so that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury can hear.
Anthony Thomas.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Anthony, how are you related to my client?
That's my dad.
Is
My
that
father.
your, Santa, is that your mother?
Yes.
So Santa and Richard are your parents,
Yes, sir.
your biological parents.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any step parents?
No, sir.
Okay. Does Nina have step parents?
Yes, sir.
Who would that be?
My dad.
And in the years, have you gotten to know Nina?
Yes.
Is there anything that you can tell this jury of an incident between Nina and your sister Jacqueline?
Yeah, Nina will choke Jacqueline.
And you witnessed this?
Yes, I did.
Was it sisterly rivalry?
No.
What would you consider that?
Abusive.
Wow.
Did you tell anyone?
I told my mom, yes.
And what happened?
My mom went in the room where the girls were at and she stopped Nina from choking Jacqueline.
Okay. And you heard about the accusations that Nina had made against your father.
Yes, sir.
How does that make you feel?
I guess sad,
Why?
angry,
Why?
because it's not true and he has to be going through this.
How can you tell that to the jury that this is not true?
Because we were all there and it doesn't make sense. Nina lies.
Do you know her to lie a lot?
Yes.
But why?
I don't know. Can't answer that for her.
Do you love Nina?
Yes.
Would you take her back into the household?
Yeah, I would. It's my sister.
Even though she's accusing your father?
Yeah. it's my sister.
Then
How does that make you feel?
What do you mean?
The ways that have been created.
Object to relevance.
Overruled.
Makes me feel a certain way, but that's my sister.
Let me ask you a question. Do you blame your father or you blame your sister?
Blame my sister.
Why?
Because none of it's true and she's lying.
No
And-
further questions from this witness, Your Honor.
State.
Are you aware that these proceedings are broadcast on YouTube?
Oh, yes, sir.
And have you watched any of these proceedings?
No, sir.
Has your girlfriend watched any of these proceedings?
I believe so.
Where did she watch them?
She was sitting down over there on the bench.
Were you sitting with her?
I was walking back and forth.
Is
I
someone
was
object to
pasting.
relevance?
Overruled.
I was pasting.
Okay, so if a witness said they saw you watching the video with your girlfriend, that's a lie?
Yes,
Okay,
because I was pasting back and forth.
okay. And have you ever watched the proceedings
No, sir.
yesterday?
No, sir.
And how old were you in the year 2006?
I believe 2.
2 years old. So with regard to the accusations, did you know that one of the accusations was in 2006?
I was a kid. So
Okay, but did you know that?
yes, I did.
Okay, and so you just said that you know he didn't do it because we were all there and you knew that. So at 2 years old, were you observing things? And
I was
And-
a kid. I was
yeah.
a baby.
so how much do you know about what happened when you were 2 years old?
Not that much. I'm a baby at that age.
Okay, so you don't know anything about the accusations that,
Not around that year. No.
can you please allow me to finish my question?
Mhm.
Okay, so you don't know anything about the
You're correct as well.
accusations that Richard admitted to doing, right?
Yes. At that year, yeah.
Okay, did you know that he admitted to touching Nina's vagina for the purpose of sexual gratification?
Later on, I did. Yes.
Okay. And if someone accused you of touching a child inappropriately, would you admit to doing it if you didn't do it?
No.
Okay. And if someone is sexually abused and that person goes on to hit their sibling, should we ignore the sexual abuse
Yeah,
because they
that's
hit their
common
sibling?
sense. I
What do you
mean,
mean?
It's-
I don't mind the point. I just didn't like how rude he was. Can you please let me finish? That's the point I didn't like because he's cutting across everyone himself. I just didn't like that from him. Stop looking down at people. I would hate that as a juror as well. Someone talking down. Oh, stop! I'm in charge. Listen to my question. I hate that. Mother.
Someone is sexually abused, and that person who is sexually abused then hits their sibling on a later date, should we ignore the sexual abuse because they hit their sibling?
No,
Okay. And do you believe your sister's making false accusations?
Nina?
Yes.
Yes, I believe so.
100%.
And you said you would like her back in the home.
Yeah, it's my sister.
100%, Erin. 100%. Yeah, it's the delivery. It's not the questioning. It's good questioning. Obviously, he was a baby. He doesn't know everything. Good questioning. Just his delivery on it. Don't be an arse, mate. He doesn't need to be an arse. The other guy's an arse. You don't need to be an arse as well.
Why do you want someone who's going to make false accusations back in
No
your
matter
home?
what, that's my sister.
Okay. No further questions.
You know, my approach.
Yes.
When were you born?
2004, January 24th.
In 2011, how old were you?
I believe 8, 9, around that
In
age.
2012, how old were you?
Probably 8,
About 10?
10, yeah.
Is this the time in which you?
You object to leading?
Overruled.
Ask the question.
He just led his witness and gave him the answer.
Ask your question.
Is this the time in which you're referring based on his question in relation that you were all there?
Yes,
Now, you were a little older by that time,
yes, sir.
and Nina kept making accusations, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
This is not just one instance. This is several instances, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Pedantic is what I call that.
Just to be fair, to be
State
clear,
attorney.
Nina is lying,
Yes, sir.
and you can tell, and look at the jury and tell them that.
Yes, she's lying.
Object to improper
No further
impeachment and improper and usurping the jury's duty to determine the credibility of the witness.
All right, that'll be sustained.
So you love your dad, right?
Yes, sir.
And you do anything for him to protect him?
To a certain extent, yes.
Would you lie for him?
No,
Okay. Do you think it was okay for him to lie? You think he was lying when you gave his confession, right?
yes.
Do you think that's okay to lie for personal gain?
What do you mean? Sorry.
Do you know why he confessed?
Yes, so he could get his kids back.
And so he lied for personal gain, right?
Yes.
Do you think it's okay to lie when it's for personal gain?
Certain scenarios, yes,
And so you do think that in some scenarios you should lie for personal gain?
yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Any other questions?
And I know you don't have any children, but if children were taken away by the state, would you like to get them back?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Does it make sense that if somebody said they sexually abused a child, they would get the custody of that child back?
Yes and no.
Well, why would that make sense that a sexual abuser would get custody of the child they sexually abused?
Like I said, certain scenarios,
What scenarios would be a good scenario to put a child in the custody of their sexual abuser?
No.
Okay, so there's no scenarios you can think of.
not right now.
Okay, no further questions.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused?
Excuse from the state.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means, you can't discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state of the defense. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may step down. Defense?
Yeah, I know.
Your Honor, this time we're gonna call Grace Martinez. This is the one on Zoom.
Okay. All
Well
right,
done,
we'll give
cameras.
you the Zoom link.
This court, right? They do okay, right? But they got a witness, the daughter, his stepdaughter. They showed her face. She was speaking, and then someone went, "Oh no, we're not supposed to show her face." Then they cut it. I'm like, it's too late. And also, then they don't show the son's face, but they just showed him. We just seen him. Oh, just sometimes should have asked him if it's okay to break a law for personal gain. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of questioning here. I think that the questionings are fine. It's just that lawyer, the state lawyer, I just do not like his tone, the way he delivers it. Oh, so you? It's like, mate, just cool down. Literally, for me, the defense lawyer annoys me with his shouting and all that, right? but at the minute it's being equaled out because by the state, because that that state attorney's annoying me with his tone. Like if he was just normal, it wouldn't bother me. Just sometimes little things, little things. Right, I'm not sure what this witness is.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a witness that both the state and the defense agreed, because they could not be here, that they would be allowed to testify by Zoom. So you'll be able to.
Okay, fine. You do have to have a different tone for kids. I mean, okay, obviously they're not kids anymore. Do you know what I mean? They're all grown-ups now. I get that element of it. Because what was he now? He would have been 23 or something now, or 22. And the other sister would have been like 24 or 25. So I understand they're not kids anymore. I get that. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Just think he could ask it a little bit better. I'm skipping. I'm skipping. I'm skipping till I see the Zoom. Here she is. Come on. Yeah, well, they were young when it happened, but it was 2011, so they would have been 14, 12, and around 10 at that time. As in, the victim was 14, the sister was 12, and he was 10 at that time, roughly. So now they're all right. I just get there on. Um, We're going to this. Jackson. Oh, sorry, Sean. Sorry. If they were when things they've been asked about happen, something like this, kids could help them put back minds where they when they were young. Maybe. I mean, look, I've got one opinion. You've all got your opinions. I embrace all opinions. I think it's good that we all have different insights into it. And that's a good point, Sean. Maybe it would. I don't think it would work for me, but maybe it would work. I just like when people chat in chat with their opinions. I do like that, even if it's different.
Your Honor, we just asked that the court admonish the witness to not have papers, reports, or any other person in the room while she's.
Any objection to the witness
no
appearing by
objection.
Zoom?
No objection.
Defense, any objection to having this witness by Zoom? Mr. Thomas, any objections to this witness appearing by Zoom?
No.
All right, defense, it's your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Martinez, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
How come you're not in the courtroom today?
Because I tested with COVID, positive for COVID.
How? You haven't exposed anybody, have you?
No, not this week. I just got my results yesterday.
Sean,
What's your relationship with my client?
My relationship, he's my brother-in-law.
Okay, and have you gotten to know him?
Yes, very well.
Before the prosecution asked you, would you lie for him?
No, I would not lie for him.
Tell the members of the jury a little bit about Nina.
My niece, Nina Sanchez, she's, I love my niece very much, but I know her very well, and she can lie. She can,
Just one moment.
She-
Excuse me, Ms. Martinez, just 1 second. I
yes.
don't know if you can hear it or not, but the state has just made an objection.
Okay,
When an objection is made, I'm going to need you to stop talking and I'll make a ruling on it.
okay, sure. I'm sorry. I'm just having a hard time hearing.
No problem.
Just that through.
State, you need to speak into the microphone.
Yes, Your Honor. State objection to improper impeachment.
All right, that'll be sustained.
Your Honor, just so I have clarification, who's cross-examining, because I believe both of them have made.
I made the objection.
Okay.
All right, who's going to be questioning the witnesses? All right.
When was the first time that Nina came to live with you?
Dina was about, let's see, she was, I'm gonna say, it's been so long, I'm sorry. It's just like maybe 5, 7, 6 years old when she came live with me.
That was the first time.
Yes, that was the first time. She lived with me for a year. Mhm.
And during that time, did you notice anything strange about Nina?
She did. There were things that she would do, and she would, for instance, she would, when at the time when I needed someone to watch her, my in-laws were the ones that would take care of her, so we would have some issues with her. She rode. We had this one incident where she rode on his car on my father-in-law's truck, and and they came and told us. So we were just, oh, okay. So when they told us, we kind of, they showed us and we did see it. And so those were the incidents that first incident that we had with her.
Did Nina deny that happening?
Yes, she did. Mhm.
So in essence, she lied.
Yes.
Sustained. All right, when an objection is raised, I'm gonna need you to stop speaking. I know it's hard for you to hear. Attorneys,
Yes, ma'am.
please speak into the microphone.
Yes, Your Honor.
The objection will be
Can't
sustained.
hear. She can't hear.
How many times had Nina stayed with you?
Nina,
Right, just to clarify, Sean is joking, by the way. I do embrace all opinions, even if they're wrong. There is no wrong opinion, guys. Just to clarify that. That's interesting that she's the in-law, not related by blood, and she's on his side. Yeah. That is that's, for me, that's very telling. All the families, blood and non-blood, are on his side. I mean, that you got to take that into account. Do you know what I mean? I hate that, but you got to take that into account, surely. Um, I don't. I mean, just see what people think, guilty, not guilty here, because I was leaning one way, I was leaning guilty for a while, but now I'm a bit like, I think it's drawing back to not guilty. About testimony over Zoom. Every time the judge has to tell the person to stop speaking when there's an objection, ignoring the fact that there's a few. Yeah, exactly. You need to stop speaking. Well, she can't. It's probably like a 4 or 5 second delay, judge. So there should be a mute button on there that the judge just presses or the clerk presses as for every objection. Especially with Mr. Objection over here. All he does is bloody object. What this witnesses do is just stop and go, has he objected? Chances are he has. Mother.
stayed with me quite a few times. She's always either been, when she lived with me after a year, she was always either spending the weekend with me, or when they were on vacation, she was with school. When they were out of school, she was living with me. She was staying with me as well.
Would you run away from her house?
Which, I'm sorry, what was that question again?
Would Nina run away from her house?
From my house or her house?
From her house. Her house.
Objection to lack of personal knowledge.
Overruled. You can answer the question if you know.
If she tried to run away from her house, yes, she did.
Do you know about how many times?
That I'm aware of, she did it quite a few times. She
Okay.
even tried to run away from my house one time.
Okay. And did you try to stop her?
Yes, that I tried to stop her from running away. Never gave me just asking her why, but at the time that she would tell me, she says, "Oh no, I wasn't running away. I was just trying to. I was looking in my backpack, and I was just I was looking for something." That's what she told me.
Okay. And so, do you know why my client is here in front of a jury facing charges?
Yes.
And do you believe the accusations?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Well, I mean, it's opinion.
I don't believe,
Stop.
I'm sorry.
I've sustained the objection, so that means you're
Okay.
not allowed to answer.
Okay, sorry.
But also, I think this judge sometimes they all think that like witnesses know what sustain and objection mean, abstain and overrule means. If you're going to say that, then she should explain what's what, because this woman probably doesn't know the difference. Let alone because she hear about it as well.
Do you have any reason to think that my client will molest his children?
Objection, relevance.
Jesus.
Overruled.
You can answer that one, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. No, I don't believe that he would hurt his children or try to do any harm to them. He's
Is
been
it-
a loving father.
Is it possible for a father, when pressured, to lie about something that he did to gain his children back?
It would. They would do anything, just like I'm just gonna bring the part of the Bible where they brought out the two mothers. One was trying to say she was the mother, and
Objection,
they were
and
gonna-
Your Honor.
Sorry. Sustained.
Okay. So,
continue.
Sorry.
no. So then it's reasonable for a person to lie to get the children back.
They would not lie they would do anything to get their children back.
For example, to confess to some kind of sexual assault.
To confess to a sexual assault, I don't, I'm not in that situation. I know that it's something that, if he loves his children, he loved his wife, and he didn't want any of them to be taken away from her, because that's my sister.
No further questions from the witness, Your Honor.
State.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Martinez, you previously said that people would do anything for their children, correct?
Correct.
And would you do anything for your children?
I think anybody would do anything for their children today. The only thing is when it comes to the, I'm sorry, the, not to the point of doing something wrong, you wouldn't want to do that.
Okay, so
You
let me ask you, would you confess to sexually assaulting a minor if you had not done that in order to get your children back?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question again?
Would you confess to sexually assaulting a minor to get your children back, even if you had not done that?
If I hadn't, I wouldn't, I mean, I know that they said he did it in writing, but it's not something that
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's just a yes or no question.
Okay, no, I mean, I would do to the point that whatever it takes to do for my children, but not lie.
Okay. And ma'am, does it make sense to you that confessing to sexually abusing a minor who's under your care would result in getting them back under your care?
Well, no, because things just don't turn out well.
And now, are you aware of the allegations against Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of those allegations?
When my niece when first it was Child Protective Services.
Mhm.
And when Child Protective Services came along, I know that my niece, she confessed to me at one point that when he
It doesn't make sense, right? But I think what happened, and this is, I only glean a little bit of this, is that they weren't allowed the children back until he signed and admitted to what he'd done, essentially. And in doing so, the children could come back together. It makes no sense. I mean, there's no logic to it. So I agree. There's no logic. Why would you, even if the government or whoever was doing that, why would you offer that to somebody? Oh, if you sign this, admit to it, then the children get back together. I think they were allowed to get back together, but he wasn't for a certain amount of months or something. But it's just none of it makes sense. I don't get it. Makes no sense. You're right, 100% Sean. Agree, Sean. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. This is like a proper small yellow bus time, that is. Whoever come up with that idea is a small yellow bus.
When that had happened, she had, we were at a store one time, me and my niece at that time, and then she had told me.
No, but because he's saying that so he is saying it's coerced. He is saying it is coerced. That's what they're saying. It was coerced in order for him to get the children back. They've stated that. That was a lie. Um, and I'm sure he'll cover that in his testimony now. It couldn't get thrown out because he signed it. Um, and it's his word against nothing really, because at the end of the day, he read the document and he signed it. So whatever reason he decided to sign it, that's to him. So it's not really coerced because he signed it. So, or that's how I look at it anyway. So, but we'll find out more when he goes on the stand now. Hopefully, I think he does take the stand. By the way, so
Told me that she was aunt, well, Tia, she said Tia, but meaning aunt, and she tells me I need a pregnancy test, and I told her, and I turned around and I was just shocked. I was like, what? And she told me, and I said, are you kidding me? She goes, what do you mean? And I took it seriously because I was just like, no, I said, what do you mean? You have to explain to me. And she says, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding with you. She goes, I have to, she goes, in order for you to be, she goes, for you to take a pregnancy test, you have to have sex. She goes, and I'm still a virgin. She said that to me.
Okay. And now, when did she tell you that?
This happened when he was first with the Child Protective Services.
Okay, so back in 2006.
Correct.
Okay. So she was still a virgin in 2006.
And this is when.
I'm sorry,
this is
ma'am.
when
You
she
have
told
to,
me.
ma'am, you have to answer yes or no.
this is what he
Yes.
gets to see again.
She told you she was
That's what
still a
she told
virgin
me. Yes, she told me she was still a virgin.
Thank you. And is it fair to say that everything you've learned since about these allegations has been told to you by the defendant and your sister, Santa Sanchez?
Yes, but I've also seen it. Yes, but also the attorney.
So you're not, and I'm sorry, you said you learned from an attorney. Which attorney is that?
Richard's attorney. Well, when we watched the video, I saw it. The
Which
video that we saw.
Which video are you referring to?
The one on 2019 where she alleged Richard.
Okay. Now, so it's also fair to say that you were not around and you have no personal knowledge about the allegations against Mr. Thomas.
Not well. If she's been with me, she's never ever confessed to me that ever happened.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Defense.
When was the last time that you had Nina over your house?
I had Nina back. Gee, I'm trying to remember the last day. Actually, the day that she, when she says on the video, that she tried to escape from Richard, that very day, me and her mom had met halfway, and She had said that Richard was there
Objection
that
hearsay,
night.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
Well, no,
When was- When was the last time, sorry, ma'am, when was the last time that Nina was over your house?
since the day, actually, no, I'm just gonna take that back, the day that before she ran away.
Do you remember the year?
The year, it's been so long, oh my goodness. Not exactly familiar with but it was the day before she ran away. I remember that.
And when she ran away, did she confess to anything that Richard had done to her?
Objection to
No.
hearsay.
When
Calls
she,
for hearsay.
Excuse me. There must be a question asked. Then once that question is asked, silence from the questioner. Then if there's an objection, the court will hear it and make a ruling on it. Objection is overruled. That's a yes or no question.
What was the,
Excuse-
I'm sorry, question? That if,
Nina, did she confess to you that my client has done anything sexually?
no, never.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Nothing based on that, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused or subject to recall?
Excuse from the state.
Excuse from the defense.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state or the defense. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you have any more witnesses?
You go eat it straight away.
All this time, the defense calls Richard Thomas.
All right, just one moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we can stop here and you all can come back in the morning and then the defense will have a chance to call his witness or either we can continue.
Tomorrow.
Yes. All right, we're going to take a recess. Remember the court's instructions. Thank you. And then when you all come back, I will have received from both sides how long they expect this to be so that you can make your decision based upon how long they're expecting the next witness to take. All right, everyone, please rise.
Right. Well, we know that it goes to the next day. So what I'll do is I'll stop screen there. So look, there's a lot of good discussion here, guys. I like it. I like it. There's a few things we're not 100% about. I'm as confused as all of you about the logic that Sean said. What is the logic? The kids were taken away because of SA allegations, so to get them back, you admit to acts of SA. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. There was probably a deal with the police or something. Of some sorts, I imagine. No idea. That just sounds stupid to me. Why do you put someone that allegedly SA'd someone back with the kids? Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Oh, right, hang on. Let me just check where this one starts now. Sean's in the house. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. I can't do it. Da 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 da. Right then, he's right. Oh, he's in a white shirt now. Come for a trial, stay for the beatboxing. I will see it. Hang on, let me share it first, Judge. Friday.
You may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the defense calls Richard Thomas.
Different bow tie today. Beep, 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 beep this evening. Hot stuff late tonight. I want some hot stuff, maybe this evening. Da 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 da. Hot
All right, can
stuff,
you raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony
hot stuff. I will get it up now. Come on. Don't mess about. Don't mess about now. Why is he messing about for?
you will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that the members of the jury can hear you and the court reporter can hear you. All right, if you state your name for the record.
Richard Anthony Thomas.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Thomas, could you describe for the jury your relationship, if any, with Nina Sanchez?
As of right now, or,
Let's back up a little bit.
okay,
Let's talk about when this allegation started.
my relationship with her, really didn't have one. I was kind of distant from her and Jacqueline.
Tell you what, let me ask you this. Were you strict on them?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Why?
For one, that's the kind of parent that I am. But for two, I think I didn't want a relationship with them. I had left I separated from my wife, and I left my daughters and my son behind. And I think I kind of took it out on them.
So you're not surprised that Nina hates you?
No, not at all.
I'm gonna switch it a little bit because I'm gonna get to the point. Did you do what Nina said that you did?
No, sir.
Did you touch her inappropriately?
No, sir.
Did you have a sexual relationship with her? Did you steal her virginity from her?
No, sir.
In fact, tell the members of the jury, how is it that you came about on giving this infamous confession?
I remember that they removed my children from the house. I believe I came home, my wife told me, or my wife called me. And I believe they spoke to my wife first, the CPS, and then they said if I would. Objection, hearsay.
Overrule.
They said if I was willing to go in and give my statement. So I didn't have a problem with that. So I went in and talked to Miss Belinda. Right off the bat, she was very rude. She treated me like I was already guilty. I explained my side of the story. I told her none of that never happened. And obviously she didn't believe me.
And so to prove your truthfulness, you submitted to a polygraph test, is that correct?
Yeah, she recommended a polygraph test. And
explain to the jury how that polygraph came about. What happened in there?
I know they asked me, I don't remember the questions, it was very long ago, but.
Did they ask you to lie?
I believe so.
And so you had to lie?
I think, yeah.
And then they asked you whether you have lied in the interview?
Correct.
And you told them?
No.
And so that's a lie?
Correct.
That's the polygraph base of supposedly telling you that you failed this polygraph?
Yeah.
Were you truthful in this polygraph?
Yes, 100%.
And did you tell him at any time that you touched her, Nina, in any way?
No,
Well, then Mr. Martinez comes back and says, you failed the polygraph test.
correct.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Now, we have what the state has introduced into evidence. The only piece of evidence introduced in this case. And voila. A polygraph test leads you to write that or sign that.
I signed it.
So you didn't say, hey, by the way, this is what I did. They told you what you did
Correct.
and you signed it.
Yes.
Please look at the members of the jury because they're deciding your fate. Why in the world would you do that?
Well, first of all, I was told that I failed the lie detector test, which I found out that wasn't correct. So I felt in order for me to get my children back, if nothing I said that they would believe me.
So you signed that document
Correct.
under duress.
Yes, sir.
That's
Yeah,
just
Brojan.
stupid, man.
Yes.
I noticed something very interesting in that document. Because when you submit a statement, all it requires is your signature, correct?
Correct.
Whose signature is right below yours?
Belinda.
Why would her signature need to be there?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
And then what would you have to have a witness?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
I tell you what. Was that statement what Nina recanted later on?
Yes, sir.
And so, which is why you were not charged.
Correct. They dropped the charges in court.
So we know that she recanted something,
Yes,
and that's what they had against you.
correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Here we are.
It's just darker and
Members of the
darker.
jury. When was this statement taken?
In March the 1st, 2007.
2007. How many years is that? Let's do this together. 2008, 2009, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, wait, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. How many years is that?
23.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
By the way,
Should
16
laugh.
years, I'm sorry.
do you
Shouldn't laugh
have,
at that.
you graduated from high school?
No, I didn't.
You have a GED.
No, I don't.
Did you feel powerless in front of all these people? The detective,
Most definitely.
Belinda,
Well, yeah, because I've never been CPS. I'm
you have no education, correct?
correct.
You never had any occurrences with the law before.
No.
This is just the only time,
Correct.
and you felt trapped, didn't you?
Most definitely.
16 years. Here we are. Why are you wanting to tell your side of the story to the jury?
Because I believe that there's more to the
Objection, Your Honor, to what the defendant believes.
Overruled.
because
I
there's
agree.
a lot more to the story than just this confession.
I think, Sarah, what happened there was, I think he got confused because he was going 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. And he's like, how much is that? And he goes, 23. I think he's just I think he just said there, I laughed, judge laughed. I think that was quite funny. I think he got confused, he was nervous, but I thought that was funny.
Nina tells stories, doesn't she?
All the time.
And most of them are pretty credible.
Objection, improper impeachment.
That'll be overruled.
Yes, she does. Many times. And I'm not the only one that she's ever said that touched her or
Now I want you to again look at the members of the jury and tell them, did you touch Nina in any way inappropriately?
no, I didn't.
Did you have sex with Nina any time?
No, I didn't.
Did you break her virginity to the point that she was bleeding in the sheets
No,
in your room? Did you ejaculate in that bed right next to her?
No,
Have you ever walked naked to grab her?
no,
You ever walked naked in front of your children
no.
with her?
Um,
Apologies. Mr. Thomas, why are we here?
Because every time that I gave my side of the story, nobody ever believed me.
Here we are yet one more time. And may I approach your honor?
Yes.
What the jury is gonna have in front of them is this. Why would you do that? Why would you confess to something that you didn't do?
Because when I told them the truth, they didn't get me nowhere.
So now you lie and then your children are returned to you.
Correct.
Was that a relief?
How big we?
Let me ask you a question. In hindsight, would you have done it again if the state would have taken your kids?
Oh, yes. I mean,
Why? I mean, here you are facing a jury of 12 people.
because at that time, I wanted my children back. And I didn't know what was gonna happen next.
But if you didn't do it, why in the world would you say you did it?
Because every time that I told Belinda or I told anybody, it seemed like it didn't get me nowhere.
Interesting. Make sure you take part in the poll. There's a poll there, guilty, not guilty,
The
I'll tell you
investigator,
why,
did
Sean.
he
afterwards.
ask you to collect sheets of this blood supposedly that was all over the place?
No,
Has anybody other than the polygraph asked you to submit to some kind of treatment?
no,
Yeah, I know.
Mr. Thomas, 2007, you make a pseudo confession to get your kids back, and we're here. How does that make you feel?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
uh,
Does you remember the quiz?
it's hard,
Oh, he's emotional. Okay.
because I don't know what would happen, what's gonna happen next. And it seems like every time I told my side, or I never shied away from CPS, I never shied away from the detective. I always went in and gave my side, and time after time, I they didn't
Agree,
get me
Sarah.
nowhere.
You were the suspect from the very beginning, weren't you?
Yes,
And you were their target.
yes,
To this day, you're still their target.
correct.
Because now they're gonna show the jury that you confess.
Right.
You lied in that confession, didn't you?
Yes,
In fact, that's not even your confession, that's Belinda's confession. Is that correct?
correct,
You just signed your name because you wanted your kids back.
correct. What was told by the one who conducted the lie detector test, if I wanted my children back, that I have to be remorseful. I have to call Belinda and let her know that I want to confess. And-
Even though you did not do it.
And you told me that I have to be.
Sustained.
Oh,
Now, this is your chance, Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Thomas, that's very Welsh as well. Thomas. Thomas is big name in Wales.
To tell people that will bring finality to this case. These 12 individuals right here. I want you to look at them in their face, in their eyes,
Look at that.
and tell them your side of the story.
I never touched Nina. I can understand why she hates me. I didn't treat her or Jacqueline the way a stepfather should have. And I did fail them in that part. Looking back at it now, I wish I could have. I wish I could have treated them better. But I was going through my own thing at that time. And it doesn't make it right. But with me and Jacqueline, I was able to patch that up with her. I've been in her life for 21 years. And
At this point, Your Honor, we're going to take the narrative.
Overruled. You can continue.
and I wish I had that same opportunity with him. But there's a lot more to the story that why she would run away, and it wasn't just the fact that
Non-responsive to the question.
That will be overruled.
it was the fact that yes, I was hard on her, but I would punish her for lying and stealing or doing things at school. So she got older. She wanted to do certain things that I didn't approve of, having boyfriends or girlfriends. Or,
Objection under Rule 412, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you blame Nina?
blame Nina for it.
You here in front of a jury. Did you blame Nina?
Yes and no.
Explain that to them, because again,
I don't blame her because of how I treated her and her sister. But the thing is with Nina, she would always go over. And a lot of the things she would do.
let me make sure I get this straight, because the jury is listening. How you treated Nina, did that include sexually touching her?
No.
What do you mean by how you treated Nina?
Just the way I was always on her. And every little thing that she did, I would punish her.
Is that why she hates you?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
So I'm gonna ask you again, do you blame her?
No.
But the other side of that question is, was she truthful when she told the jury that you did whatever you did to her sexually?
Oh, no.
How can you ensure this jury that that's not what happened?
For many reasons. I was never alone with Nina. You know, that's just something I would do.
Mr. Thomas, this is your chance to tell to the jury whether in fact you did what they say you did.
No, I didn't.
Again, how can you tell the jury?
Objection, that hasn't answered.
Overruled.
Because I never touched her. I never, also, there was never no evidence in me.
Matt Brojan,
Yes.
I'm giving you the chance to convince the jury, but this is gonna go back there with
Sustained.
that. It says here that you touched her. Now tell them how you didn't touch her.
Well, I never touched her at all in any way, and on this time and on any other time,
But that's your signature.
correct? But like I said, the reason,
No question pending.
Overruled.
the reason why I did sign that was to get my children back.
I have no further questions from this witness, Your Honor.
State.
Mr. Thomas, you're telling that
Okay, so there's a poll here, and there were only 3 people voted. So please take the time to vote if you can. It'd be interesting. I'm quite interested to see because I lean one way now. So it'd be just to see where you lean as well. So bad phrasing. When I was always on her, yeah, yes, yes. Yeah. I mean, this trial's bizarre, totally bizarre. But yeah, there's a few things here that are question marks have been risen. I didn't like Belinda when she was on stand, and I don't like her now either. Right. I shall be back now.
this jury today that you lied to CPS.
Correct.
You're telling this jury that you lied to the polygraph examiner.
Know that I told the truth,
That you told the truth to the
that,
polygraph.
correct, that I never touched it.
You're telling this jury that you signed that confession without reading it, without knowing anything that's on it. That's a yes or no question.
What was the question again?
Are you telling this jury that you signed that without knowing what you were confessing to?
No, I signed it knowing,
Okay, so you read that document before signing it, correct?
correct,
You saw all the allegations that it made in there, correct?
correct,
And you still signed that document.
correct,
And you're telling this jury that that was a lie.
correct.
And you lied to get your children back. Is that correct?
That's part of it,
That's a yes or no question. You lied by signing that document to get your children back.
correct.
So you lied to benefit yourself in that
To
that would
benefit,
help you get your children back.
to benefit my family, getting my, and myself, to get my children back, correct.
And you're telling this jury that now they should believe you even after you've already said to them that you would lie to benefit yourself. Yes or no?
Correct.
Now, you said that every time you've told your story, nobody believes you. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Isn't it possible that nobody believes you because you've already admitted to lying before?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Overruled.
That's a yes or no question.
What was the question again?
Isn't it possible that nobody believed you because you already lied in the past?
No, they didn't believe me because they didn't want to believe. They didn't give me a chance. CPS didn't do, she said she did an investigation, there was no investigation at all.
Well, didn't you sign a confession saying, admitting to touching Nina?
Correct.
And you're also saying here today that you got your children back right after you signed that confession, isn't that right? Yes, no question, sir. I'll rephrase the question. Didn't you just tell this jury that you signed that confession and then got your children back?
Yes,
But didn't Santa tell this same jury yesterday that it was months after you signed that confession?
Objection, Your Honor, assuming the fact not in evidence, be stated of the statement.
All right, so I'm gonna need you all to speak slowly so that the court reporter can write everything down. What is your objection?
Assuming facts not in evidence and misstatement of the evidence.
All right, that will be overruled.
Isn't it true that Santa told this same jury that it was months after you signed that confession
but you didn't
that
ask,
you were even back in the home?
you didn't ask if it was,
I-
you just said if we got our children back.
My question to you now is, isn't it true that Santa told the jury that it was months after
I don't remember.
that you came back? Let me finish my question, sir, okay, please. Isn't it true that Santa told this jury that you?
My neighbor, that was all.
Months after the confession that the children got back,
I believe so, I don't remember what she said.
and this case was still pending even after the children were back in the home. Isn't that correct?
No, we got our children back, it was closed.
Wasn't this case open for? Isn't it true that this case was still open in 2008?
I don't recall.
Weren't you arrested on this case in May of 2008?
Yes, that was the case that was dropped.
So you wouldn't have had contact with the children until after that case was closed.
Correct.
So you didn't get the children back right away. You didn't even have contact with the children until after the case.
I had contact with my son and my daughter.
But then you didn't get Nina returned, did you?
Her mother did. Her mother got Nina and Jack.
Mr. Thomas, if you know, who took the children from your home?
I don't know.
Would it surprise you to know that Santa, after being notified of your confession, took the children with her to her mother's house?
Sounds about right.
So nobody ever took the children from you. Santa took the children, isn't that correct?
No.
Isn't that what you just said?
No, I said they removed the kids. After the confession, we were able to get the children back.
You keep saying they removed the kids. Who removed the kids?
I believe it was CPS.
But you just said you didn't know.
I mean, I did know, but I didn't know who exactly. But I knew CPS had taken away the kids.
So then, when Ms. Castellanos testified to the jury that she has no power to remove the children from the home, she's lying?
Well, I don't know. I don't know her position on removing the kids or not. But I know my kids were removed from the house.
So when she's saying that the children would not have been removed at the time of the investigation, that's a lie.
But what was the question again?
When Melinda Castellanos testified and said that the children would not have been removed at the time of her investigation, that's a lie.
That is a lie, because the kids were removed from the house.
So basically, everybody else is lying except for you in this case.
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Sustained.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You know, perhaps you don't understand the term removed. The prosecutor is stating whether the state filed some kind of paperwork and then they were removed legally. But your children were taken from the house, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that what you mean by removed?
Yes.
So their children were not able to sleep in their beds at night for a while.
Correct.
Now, the prosecutor wanted you to show that, you know, Santa says
Objection,
months.
sidebar, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that Santa said 1 month?
I believe so.
I mean, you're under investigation. Are you stressed?
I'm very stressed.
Are you thinking whether it's a month, a day?
Not at all.
Your children were taken away and now they're brought back.
Correct.
When did that happen, sir?
When the children were removed,
Brought back.
to be honest, I don't remember.
Why would Santa have to take her children away from her house?
That's what we don't understand.
And that's what you're referring to remove, right?
Correct.
Now, pros, Your Honor,
Yes.
it was only after she typed this and you signed, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, your children are gone.
Yes.
Now, actually, they're gone. Now you submit this,
Yes.
and then a while back, they're brought back.
Correct.
But you just stated in 2008, you got arrested, correct?
Correct.
That's subsequent to that.
Yes.
Is that when Nina recanted her story?
Yes.
Why in the world are we here again?
I have no idea.
Nothing further from this witness, Your Honor.
So at the time that the children were removed from your home, where were they?
I believe they went with Santa's mom, I believe.
So they weren't in the foster home, is that correct?
No. Yeah, they were.
So nobody from the state removed them.
All I know that they were removed from the house.
Where was Santa at the time?
I don't remember.
Was she able to see kids?
I believe so.
So she still had custody of the kids at the time. They just weren't living at home.
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, you may step down. Defense, call your next witness.
Okay. I don't think there is anyone else, is there? Is there? So let's have a look at the poll.
The defense rests.
All right, state,
Wait.
State resting closed, Your Honor.
defense, do you close?
Defense closed, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a break until 11 because there are some other things that we need to take up outside your presence. It's not involving this case. Remember the court's instructions that you're
Remember.
not to start.
I remember. Right. So we got the poll. I think it's probably finished now. 60% not guilty, 40% guilty. Whoa. Whoa. I just ended the poll. But I don't know who voted what. So I've been obviously thinking he's innocent, obviously, at the start. Then I was like, well, you know what? This is just too dodgy. He has, and the letter and everything. I'm like, he's guilty. He'd have to vote guilty. But today has really changed it for me. It's the fact that so many of his family, his like stepdaughter, his son, his sister-in-law, his wife, everyone's got his back and not the daughters. I mean, that's got to say something. So for that reason, and also the way he explained the letter, I just think he's thick as khaki, to be quite honest with you. But he might be thick as khaki. Do you know what I mean? He hasn't got a high school education. I didn't like that Belinda from CPS. I did not like her at all. I think she's in her role. Everyone's guilty, no matter what. Which, you know, if you're a victim, that's what you want to hear. But I don't think she was the best witness on the stand. The two sides, lawyers, pain in the ass, absolute pain in the ass. But I would now, right now, vote not guilty. And I think that's it. There's only closing now. I'll just check if it's closing in this one. Witness seat is empty. Hang on, she's back here, so I'll bring this back here. I think it's probably tomorrow's one. So we'll watch that. I think it's about an hour and a half left in total. There's not much left. See, this is the nice thing about this. 3 days worth of trial, all watched in one day, basically. Lovely jubbly. Marley. Lovely jubbly. Share screen. Friday. Share again. Here we go. I'm not falling anymore. So, oh, geez, what's it doing? Oh, I wonder what building that is. Oh, San Antonio. Who would live in Texas, eh? Oh, jeez. Oh, Sarah, Sarah, Sarah. There's only one Sarah. Right. I am. Here she is.
All
I
right,
am.
defense. With regards to the jury charge, my understanding you wanted the presumption paragraph moved, so that will be moved, and you wanted it placed with the other paragraphs that state our law, so that's going to be changed.
As the court is aware, the court is the only entity that gives the law, and I don't see any paragraph that says our law provides.
All right, I'm granting your motion on that.
Okay, thank you.
So now, with regards to the other issue, what is the other issue, counsel?
Is I believe that because the introduction of 2A, even though there was against the previous rulings, and again, the introduction was submitted by the state polygraph test, that I believe that the the jury should hear the law on polygraph examination, and this is based on Tanner v. State 802 Southwest 2nd 678 633 Texas Criminal Court of Appeals in
You need to slow
1990.
down so that the court reporter can take it down.
I'm sorry.
So Tanner v. State, and what is the
80
side?
802 Southwest 2nd 678, comma 683 Texas Criminal Appeals 1990, in which the Court of Appeals or the Court of Criminal Appeals found that the court erred in admitting that any part of the testimony of polygraph examination, such as this confession. Then Netherly, this state 692 Southwest 2nd 686 700 Texas Criminal Appeals in 1985, where the court indicated that only could be admissible if the parties agrees. The defense is quite adamant in not agreeing with this polygraph test. That's why we submitted court hearings earlier on in the proceedings. Then in
Oops, sorry, I did know. Yeah, sorry, I did know. Oopsies. Why is that gone quiet there?
Fry v. United States,
Having trouble.
this is a Supreme Court case 293 F1013, in which the general acceptance doctrine that polygraph examinations are precluded from bringing into the trial. And so because of those case law and others, Your Honor, for time experience, I believe that the jury should be entitled to hear the law on polygraph examination, because Exhibit 2A speaks of polygraph examination. And if we don't explain the law, they're gonna presume that, well, it's a polygraph, it must be admissible. And that's where the confusion can be created, Your Honor, unless the court explains the law to the jurors. And for that reason, the defense believes that an inclusion of that paragraph of the law in relation to polygraph test should be part of the jury charge. Bless you.
All right, so defense, because I'm not the one who heard the motion to suppress, I just want to make sure that I have the sequence of events correct. The motions to suppress the polygraph examination was heard with the Judge Angelini, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and Judge Angelini,
Your Honor.
excuse me,
There's a correction.
excuse me, and Judge Angelini granted that motion, is that correct?
The motion to suppress the confession because of polygraph examination.
Okay.
The Judge Angelini did not grant that. He says confession comes in.
The confession comes in.
That's correct.
But not the polygraph.
Not the polygraph, which is why I didn't bring the polygraph nor the examiner. So that's the confusion, Your Honor. And so the evidence.
Counsel, did you not ask in State's Exhibit number 2, State's Exhibit number 2, the mention of the word polygraph was redacted, correct?
That is correct.
And you asked that 2A be admitted, which would be
Unredacted.
unredacted. And that unredacted contained the fact that your client was alleged to have taken a polygraph.
And Your Honor, I believe you granted that on best evidence rule. That was my objection. You granted it and you said, okay.
Well, no. So that the record can be clear,
Mhm.
is you wanted the unredacted portion.
On the best.
I
evidence.
asked the state if they had any objections to the unredacted portion, and the state said no. So it wasn't the court ruling that
My
it should be
objection,
admitted.
my objection to the introduction was the best evidence rule. And so you went back to them, if you want to unredact it, and they say yes. And so, but I made an objection to the best evidence rule,
So you wanted the full,
everything.
you wanted the full document of 2A into evidence.
Correct.
And that full document contain the fact that your client is alleged to have taken a polygraph. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And the state had redacted out in State's Exhibit number 2 that a polygraph was taken, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So now your complaint is you want the jury to know that a polygraph is not admissible.
I don't have a complaint, Your Honor. I believe that is in the pursuit of justice and fairness, the jury should be entitled to hear the law on polygraph examination. I'm not asking to tell them not to believe the document. They should hear the law on polygraph examination. That's it, Your Honor, because of the unredacted part of that confession.
Hi, Lady Law.
All right. So
You
that
in time.
objection will be
Oi,
denied.
oi. We're on to closing speeches now, Lady Law. So your favourites, and then we get the verdict. Your favourites. And also, I'm your favourite. So 3 favourites in a row.
Is there anything else from either side?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right.
For the defense, Your Honor.
All right. So what we'll do is you each will have 15 minutes. I'm going to get the jury charge. And then I will give you all copies.
Thank you, Judge.
And does anyone want a time announcement?
If we can have a time announcement with 10 minutes left, Your Honor. Okay.
It's only
And
15
who's
minutes,
doing the
counsel.
closing vote?
Yes.
And do you want a time announcement?
Just me, myself, and I, Your Honor.
No, I mean, do you want a time announcement?
2 minutes left.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Judge Vermine, can you let me know after 2 minutes has passed?
okay,
And I just open a trap door or something.
okay. All right. So,
Yeah, that's how I'm gonna first last.
all right, then they will have that. So if y'all remain, they will give you the information. All right, Deputy Laura, we're going to start our Q&A until noon. So the Zoom
Okay.
link for me to answer anybody's questions.
Right, so we got another one now then. I'll go to the other link now. So hope you're having a good day, Lady Law. We just talked about Texas. I didn't know that was the Alamo or whatever you call it. Sarah is a bit peed off with me at the minute for that. Right. I think this must be the
Thank you, Judge.
Jeez, Louise. Here we go. So this is closing. Look at level service I offer. Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't know what that was on. Because you asked who would live in Texas. Hey, right, Sarah P, no offense. But can you shut up when Lady Law's here? She's, she likes Texas. So let's not, I never said that. I never said that. Lady Law, Dylan's dragged this on all day. I'm sorry. Even though I started the day letting him know I was nearly frozen with a cold. There's no basement in the Alamo. Did you all know that? I'll tell you this, Erin. There's no basements in anything that I know. I don't think. In most places, I'm like, I've never. I don't think I've ever seen a basement in anything. So I'm not surprised at all, Erin. Blasphemy! No, you caught me. You caught me. Right. Let's listen to the closing now. Oh, jeez. I'm gonna put some lights on as well. Is this on? Yes, so I'll go put the lights on. Hang on. Don't be so sorry to her. I said that I felt sorry for you, Erin, and you said everyone's looking after you and stuff like that. So I made sure I care as well. That's why I'm here entertaining you, Erin. I'll be your own puppet master today. I've even I even left the taco alone because I didn't want to uh upset you. I just left the taco there. It's not even on my crotch, it's on the table. Oops. Oops. I was supposed to historical tours. I don't even know what the Alamo
Everyone, just a
is, to
moment
be
for
quite honest
me.
with you. No basement in the Alamo. Oh, so it's two movie. It's yes, 100% community taco. Yes, delicious taco she's got. Delicious. That's why we need her back on her feet. Hang on. Look. What are they hanging on to? Come on, let's go, guys. This is come on, Eileen. Come on, Eileen. What we doing? Oh, Jesus, do I have to move this forward or something? You know my record. Oh, you know my record is when I move stuff forward. No, right. I will move it forward because there's a little bit here. We gotta wait. Come on, Eileen. Something, Eileen. Do 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 do. Stop screen. Percent.
Have been committed on or about the 20.
Well, I go back a bit because she was speaking about the what he's being. Jesus. The things I do for you
It
guys.
has to be here, right?
All right.
And then more from Alamo Movie Night. So there's no point visiting Texas, then, is what you're saying, Dan? There's like Texas, no point visiting it because there's nothing. Just look at the movies instead. Du- du-
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read to you what's called the charge of the court. You do not have to memorize it. You will be given this copy back with you when you begin your deliberations. Charge of the court. Members of the jury, the defendant, Richard Thomas, stands charged in an indictment. I'm sorry, just one moment.
Sorry, Judge, you take a moment. This is your moment.
Members of the jury, the defendant, Richard Thomas, stands charged in count 1 of the indictment with the offense of indecency with the child by sexual contact alleged to have been committed on or about the 11th day of May 2006 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Richard Thomas, stands charged in count 2 of the indictment with the offense of indecency with the child by sexual contact alleged to have been committed on or about the 23rd day of December 2011 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Richard Thomas, stands charged in count 3 of the indictment with the offense of sexual assault of a child alleged to have been committed on or about the 25th day of December 2011 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Richard Thomas, stands charged in count 4 of the indictment with the offense of sexual assault of a child alleged to have been committed on or about the 1st day of January 2012 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Richard Thomas, stands charged in count 5 of the indictment with the offense of sexual assault of a child alleged to have been committed on or about the 1st day of February 2012 in Bexar County, Texas. To all of these offenses, the defendant has pleaded not guilty. 1, our law provides that a person commits the offense of indecency with a child by sexual contact if, with the child younger than 17 years of age and not the person's spouse, the person engages in sexual contact with the child or causes the child to engage in sexual contact. 2, child means a person younger than 17 years of age. Spouse means a person who is legally married to another. Sexual contact means the following acts if committed with the intent to arouse or gratify the sexual desire of any person. Any touching by a person, including touching through clothing of any part of the genitals of a child, or any touching of any part of the body of a child, including touching through clothing with any part of the genitals of a person. 3, our law provides that a person commits the offense of sexual assault of a child if the person intentionally or knowingly causes the penetration of the sexual organ of a child by any means. 4, our law provides that all persons are presumed to be innocent and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that a person has been arrested, confined, or indicted for, or otherwise charged with the offense gives rise to no inference of guilt at his trial. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant unless the jurors are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in the case. 5, a person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to the result of his conduct when it is.
No, I don't think so then. I don't think he's going to, because she dropped it, didn't she? So he signed it, but then she admitted that she'd lied, that he didn't touch her. Because he signed it to say that, when she was 9, so the whole thing was dropped. The whole case was dropped. So the document meant nothing because he signed it, but the daughter said, no, that I lied. He never did touch me. So nothing happened to him. This is the only time that he's been up. This is your
It's his conscious
moment.
objective or desire to cause the result. A person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to the nature of his conduct when it is his conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to a result of his conduct when he is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to the nature of his conduct or to circumstances surrounding his conduct when he is aware of the nature of his conduct or that the circumstances exist. 6, our law provides that the time of the offense alleged in the indictment must be some date anterior to the presentment of the indictment and not so remote that the prosecution of the offense is barred by limitation. The phrase on or about means that the state is not required to prove that the alleged offense happened on that exact date. There's no limitation period for the offense of sexual assault of a child and indecency with a child by sexual contact. Therefore, it is sufficient if the state proves that the offense as alleged in each count were committed sometime before May 19, 2021, which is the date of the indictment, the indictment was filed. 7, now, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 11th day of May 2006 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Richard Thomas, did intentionally or knowingly engage in sexual contact with Nina Sanchez, a female child younger than 17 years, by touching part of the genitals of Nina Sanchez with the intent to arouse or gratify the sexual desire of any person, then you will find the defendant guilty of the offense of indecency with a child by sexual contact as charged in count 1 of the indictment. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will find the defendant not guilty of count 1. 8, now, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 23rd day Now, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 23rd day of December 2011 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Richard Thomas, did intentionally or knowingly engage in sexual contact with Nina Sanchez, a female child younger than 17 years, by causing Nina Sanchez to touch part of the genitals of Richard Thomas with the intent to arouse or gratify the sexual desire of any person, then you will find the defendant guilty of the offense of indecency with a child by sexual contact as charged in count 2 of the indictment. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will find the defendant not guilty of count 2. 9, now, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 25th day of December 2011 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Richard Thomas, did intentionally or knowingly cause the penetration of the sexual organ of Nina Sanchez, a child who was younger than 17 years and not the spouse of Richard Thomas, by Richard Thomas's sexual organ, then you will find the defendant guilty of the offense of sexual assault of a child as charged in count 3 of the indictment. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will find the defendant not guilty of count 3. 10, now, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the first day of January 2012 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Richard Thomas, did intentionally or knowingly cause the penetration of the sexual organ of Nina Sanchez, a child who was younger than 17 years and not the spouse of Richard Thomas, by Richard Thomas's sexual organ, then you will find the defendant guilty of the offense of sexual assault of a child as charged in count 4 of the indictment. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will find the defendant not guilty of count 4. 11, now, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the first day of February 2012 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Richard Thomas, did intentionally or knowingly cause the penetration of the sexual organ of Nina Sanchez, a child who was younger than 17 years and not the spouse of Richard Thomas, by Richard Thomas's sexual organ, then you will find the defendant guilty of the offense of sexual assault of a child as charged in count 5 of the indictment. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will find the defendant not guilty of count 5. In this case, there was evidence presented of more than one alleged instance that could constitute an offense committed by the defendant, if any. You are instructed that your verdict on each count must be unanimous about which specific instance, if any, constituted the commission of the offense for purposes of each of the individual counts. You are to consider only that one act as alleged in the indictment by the state in deciding guilt or innocence on that particular count. Evidence of any other alleged act evidence of any other alleged acts is not to be considered unless you believe those acts were committed beyond a reasonable doubt. With regard to those other acts, if any, you are instructed that said evidence was admitted only for the purpose of showing the state of mind of the defendant and the child and the previous and subsequent relationship between the defendant and the child, if it does, and for no other purpose. You are also instructed that generally the results of polygraph tests are inadmissible in a criminal prosecution on behalf of the state or the defense. You are instructed that you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone or receive any information from anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media such as telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, BlackBerry, iPad, tablet, or computer the internet, any internet service or any text or instant messaging service or any social media platform, internet chat room, blog, or website to include, but not limited to, Facebook, MySpace, Instagram, Snapchat, LinkedIn, YouTube, TikTok, or Twitter to communicate with anyone any information or receive any information from anyone about this case or to conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict. Written statements made by a witness to investigators or officers or police reports made by officers and tendered by the prosecution to the defense for purposes of cross-examination are not part of the evidence unless introduced in evidence. Many times, statements and reports may be marked with an exhibit number, but are neither offered nor received in evidence. I can send only statements and reports received in evidence to the jury room. You are instructed that the statements of counsel made during the course of the trial or during the argument, if not supported by evidence, or statements of law made by counsel, if not in harmony with the law as stated to you by the court, and these instructions are to be wholly disregarded. You must disregard any comment or statement made by the court during the trial or in these instructions, which may seem to indicate an opinion with respect to any fact, item of evidence, or verdict to be reached in this case. No such indication is intended. You are instructed that the grand jury indictment is not evidence of guilt. It is the means whereby a defendant is brought to trial in a felony prosecution. It is not evidence, nor can it be considered by you in passing upon whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. During your deliberations in this case, you must not consider, discuss, nor relate any matters not in evidence before you. You should not consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with this case, which is not shown by the evidence. You are instructed that you are not to let bias, prejudice, or sympathy play any role in reaching a verdict in this case. After argument of counsel, you will retire to the jury room, select your own presiding juror, and proceed with your deliberations. After you have reached a unanimous verdict on each count, the presiding juror will certify thereto by filling in the appropriate forms attached to this charge and signing his or her name as presiding juror. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witnesses, and of the weight to be given to the testimony, but you are bound to receive the law from the court, which is hearing given to you, and be governed by that law. In order to return a verdict, each juror must agree to that verdict, but jurors have a duty to consult each other and to deliberate with a view to reaching unanimous agreement, if that can be done without violence to individual judgment. A unanimous vote means all 12 jurors must agree. Each juror must decide the case for himself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with his fellow jurors. In the course of deliberations, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his own views and change his opinion if convinced it is erroneous. However, no juror should surrender his honest conviction as to the weight or effect of evidence solely because of the opinion of his fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And if it fails to do so, you must acquit the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt after considering all the evidence before you and these instructions, you will acquit him and say by your verdict, not guilty. Suitable forms for your verdicts are attached to the charge for your convenience if you care to use them, but they are not intended to suggest to you in any way what your verdict should be, and you may or may not, as you see fit, make use of them. At any rate, your verdict on each count must be in writing and signed by your presiding juror. Your only duty at this time is to determine whether the defendant is guilty under the indictment in this cause, and you must restrict your deliberations to the issue of whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty and nothing else. After you have retired to the jury room, no one has any authority to communicate with you except the officer who has you in charge. Do not attempt to talk to the officer or anyone else concerning any question you may have. Instead, address your question to the court in writing. If you want to communicate with the court, notify the bailiff. Any and all communication relative to the case must be written,
Yes, Ruaka.
prepared by the presiding juror, and submitted to the court through the bailiff. Respectfully submitted, Judge Stephanie Boyd, 187 District Court, Bear County, Texas. Suitable forms are attached. State, are you prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
May it please the court, opposing counsel, co-counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I'm gonna go over a few technical matters with you, and then once I'm done, defense will have their time to talk, and Ruben will come after that and make further arguments. So let's start with the technical matters. We're talking about indecency with a child, and here are the elements. On or about some date anterior to the indictment, which is May 19th, 2021, in Bear County, Texas, the defendant did intentionally or knowingly engage in sexual contact, touching the genitals, anus, or female breasts. It could be over or under the clothes with a child younger than 17 years of age with the intent to arouse or gratify the sexual desire of any person. Those are the elements that the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And those are the elements that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You've heard from Nina, and you've also heard from the defendant in his confession. He confessed to doing all those things. I think the only thing that's not in the confession perhaps is that it was in Bear County, Texas, and you heard from Nina, there's basically no dispute about where these accusations occurred. So you have that with you in the jury room, the confession, and I urge you to read it and understand exactly what he confessed. The other charge that you'll be deliberating on in the jury room is sexual assault of a child. And we're talking about on or about some date anterior to the indictment, same as the last one. In Bear County, Texas, same as the last one. Defendant, same as the last one, intentionally or knowingly cause the penetration of the sexual organ, mouth, or anus of a child under 17 years of age. So it's a little bit different. And as you'll see in the indictment, the allegations are alleging this happened in a different time period. The indecency charges counts are earlier in time, and then later in time, there's the allegations of the sexual assault of the child. So one thing I don't want you guys to get hung up on
2 minutes.
is that first section about the jury has to agree that it's on the a date anterior to the date of the indictment. That's May 19th, 2021, as long as it's before that date. That's what's required by law. The legislature understood that the exact date might not always be known in these cases. And every instance that Nina talked about was before that date. And I want to remind you that you're the sole decider of the credibility of all the witnesses that were in front of you. Their testimony is evidence. So any testimony that you believed, you can consider in your deliberations. And the state's position is that Richard's relatives who came in to testify on his behalf were not credible witnesses. They all said that to the idea of whether you should lie for personal gain, they all said it depends. And I think if somebody has that kind of moral, they're not solid in their moral position on lying for personal gain, this is the exact situation where someone would come out and lie for personal gain. This is it, folks. This is when they would come and do that. And so I don't think you can trust them, and I don't think what they said was all that credible. They just seem to have a lot of it depends when asked about whether lying was an acceptable thing to do. And I also want to point out before I go that this is about Nina, and that she was abused by Richard Thomas, and the adults in her life failed her. And they failed her pretty badly. Her mother, the CPS workers, all allowed her to continue to get abused even after Richard admitted that he abused her. And defense said that in their opening that Richard has been waiting a long time for this, and I'll tell you, so has Nina. And don't fail Nina. Please find Richard guilty. And I reserve the rest of my time.
Okay. Defense?
Please support.
Yes.
Counselors, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I'm not here to tell you who to believe. That's up to you.
True, Sean.
Entirely
True.
up to you. And for that, our founding fathers believed the system, and I believe the system. What I am going to ask you is to review that supposed confession. In the law was given by the court says here, notice, with the intent to arouse or gratify the sexual desire of any person. My client can even spell gratify. He has no degree. He couldn't have written that. That was given to him by Barbara. He signed to get his children. You know, I understand that all these allegations are serious. In fact, I told you, Nina needs help. Told you that from the very beginning. There's no question. This child has been hurt. This child, time and time and time again, continued to make allegations. This child has herself done what she's accusing my client of doing. You heard it. Again, I'm not telling you what to believe. Those are the facts. And the law does not require Richard to prove anything. He doesn't have to. But he wanted you to hear from him why he confessed. By the way, again, read it. It's verbatim. To arouse and gratify the sexual desire of a person. He has no clue what that means. Has no GED, has no high school. He's just a hardworking man looking for his family to provide and protect. And because a child that is troubled, make no mistake about it, she's troubled, makes these accusations. Here we are once again. You heard the evidence say that she recanted. That means she changed her story. Wait, no, it didn't happen. This is when that statement that he signed in 2007, she recanted that. And yet here we are, 16 years later. He couldn't even count. He said 23. 16 years, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. This thing has been going on for 16 years, accusation after accusation after accusation. For Nina, she is troubled. In her mind, she has created this fantasy that she's been having a relationship with her stepfather. She's perhaps jealous of the relationship with her mother. Troubled child. And the prosecution wants you to.
He's basically trying to make out that that he didn't understand what was in that piece of paper. I think some elements are true, but he's basically saying he's too thick to know what even the circumstances were. So you can't hold this letter and the fact that he signed it against him. That's what I think he's trying to glean towards. Mother. Oh.
To believe one sheet of paper. You're gonna take it with you. One sheet of paper. A confession. He confessed. That's it. Makes you wonder what kind of system we are in which that type of behavior. Detective didn't question anyone. 1 hour he spent with her. Oh, she said she's telling the truth. 1 hour. Barbara, 1 hour. That's it. No investigation, no following up, no calling her schools, friends, classmates. Hey, is Nina telling the truth? We believe her. The judge just give you the instruction that polygraphs are generally inadmissible. Read the letter. It was a result of a polygraph investigation in which the examiner makes you lie, then ask you on the examination, have you lied? No, because you're telling me to lie. There you are. You failed the polygraph test. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I suggest to you that if you have children taken away from you and you're dangling something in front of you, says, here, sign this and you got it. He say that he read it. I doubt it. In fact, I bet you if I make him read it, he wouldn't even know how to pronounce half of the words.
Okay.
This is difficult to do when you have people facing you, when you have prosecutors accusing you, when you have the whole world saying you're just guilty. I get it. This type of cases, I get it. I'm asking you to do the honorable thing to do that I requested from each and every one of you. Stand firm. The prosecution has to prove to you. Not me. But yet here we did. We brought you, like Paul Harvey says, the rest of the story. Nina has issues. She said it. She's examining her sexuality since 14. She said it. I did it. This is hard. I get it. It's hard. I get it. But not creating an environment in which the whole family is affected by lies. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been time and time again dealt with by the court system. You heard he was in jail. And yet she recanted. Oh no, that's because mom forced her, because grandma forced her. That's the type of story that she creates. And when a person tells the lie time and time again, eventually you believe it. And the story gets bigger and bigger and more detailed. Guys, this is 16 years that she remembers to all this detail. And notice how the prosecution is asking you, oh, sometime between here and there. I asked my children, hey, do you remember that time that you ate that ice cream that you weren't supposed to? Oh, wait, I was 11, I was 12 or 13. No, I don't remember. You heard her 10, 11, 12, 8. Guys, when things like this happen, remember. And the most compelling thing is when something like this happened to you, truly happened to you, you want to get revenge, don't you? You heard her. She doesn't want him to go to jail. It's a fantasy. Oh, she wants him to get registered. No, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if something like this happened, throw the key and don't just, but it didn't happen. That's why she's giving you the ability to put him on probation. Just don't put him in jail. Ladies and gentlemen, see through the facade and notice how much, I allowed him to talk and the prosecution was objecting, didn't let me ask many questions. I hope you notice that. Because when your case is based on a sheet of paper, I propose that it's thin and is full of reasonable doubt. We don't have a definition. You get to say what is reasonable doubt, but question each and every instance. Question why the detective did not follow up. Question why Barbara had him say the same language the same verbatim. Ask why would anyone, if heard, will tell the perpetrator or the alleged perpetrator, that's okay, you can just be a register, don't go to jail. Only if this is a story in your head, a facade that you just want to, like a story, a love story. Oh, I believe she's in love with him for some reason. She needs help, ladies and gentlemen. But the court says, do not feel sympathy. You're not here because do not let, the court instructed, you are not to let bias, prejudice, sympathy. I feel sympathy for her. She needs help. But we cannot have that ruling based on that. I despise sexual predators. They need to be taken care of, but not honest men based on a paper thin confession and based on a story that continues to be bigger and bigger. Ladies and gentlemen, she's said that this story was recanted. She said it, not over here. Finally, please notice that confession, if you remember, the prosecution wanted to hide that paper, and we had a discussion, Exhibit 2 and 2A. It's the only exhibit you have, 2A. They wanted to redact that part about the polygraph. That's how it was obtained, through a polygraph. You are also instructed generally the results of a polygraph test are inadmissible, either for the criminal prosecution or the defense. This is why you didn't see the actual polygraph. It's inadmissible. Yet, that confession is because of it. Does that make sense? Only when a person feels so much empathy, will a person believe a story as grand as Nina. I mean, she's having sex, losing her virginity, and she's standing up. I have girls, and I don't ask about those questions, but I know that there's some parts of their story that it just makes no sense. If at 14, she had blood and she had semen, why didn't she say, Mom, I've been telling you all these years, here it is. Go take that to the, never happened. So only, if you have the person that is abusing you, supposedly, now you have proof, oh, well, it's not there. Again, she had the time to truly get this done. The investigators had the time, everybody. When the prosecutor says they failed, the system has failed, the state has failed, truly, because this case should have been dismissed. They knew this. They knew that she recanted her story. They knew that she's got some issues. They're expecting a juror of his peers to feel sorry for her. And make no mistake, I told you from the very beginning, she needs help. She needs help. But please, do what you said you were going to do. Stand firm for our founding fathers' values, that he is innocent until proven guilty. They have to prove him guilty. I believe that a piece of paper doesn't do it. That's the only thing you're gonna be able to take back. That's it. And you're gonna see that it matches exactly what the indictment says. Something that Richard could have never thought about saying, other than against his children. I understand that sounds very far-fetched, but that's what happened. The state, CPS, call it placement, removed them. Those children were not at their residence, period, where they're supposed to be sleeping at night. And for them to come back, they needed something from him. And they got it. And here we are, 16 years later. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury,
2 minutes.
thank you, Your Honor. The credibility of each witness is up to you. The weight of the evidence is up to you. I'm gonna ask you when you go back to stand firm, just like the judge is asking you. Don't be persuaded, but you can change your opinion, but fight. If something inside of you telling you this is not right, fight. Do not give up because you want to go home Friday. Trust me, I want to go home, but I want this to be done properly. Now it's up to y'all to come up with a verdict. Find my client not guilty 5 times because the story, he is not guilty. You saw him. He told you this is in Nina's head. Find him not guilty. Thank you so very much. My client thanks you. The family thanks you. May God bless you and may God bless the United States of America.
Right, state.
Okay, what do we think? Jesus. I have to stop that for a second, just so we can. Oh, breathe. Anadlu, breathe. Anadlu. Rhaid anadlu. Oh. Oh. I just needed that second, just need a second, because this guy's gonna be full on now about a piece of paper as well. Right, are we all ready? Are we steady? If we're ready, we're steady. Chat's quiet, so let's go. Oh, mother has to do that squeak. Oh, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's only one facade that's being pushed to you here today.
Here we go.
That's the
Here we go.
facade that the defendant wants you to believe. He wants you to believe that he was coerced into a confession to sexually abusing one of the kids that was in his care, and that he was going to get his children back after admitting to sexually abusing one of them. Does that make sense to anybody in this courtroom other than the defendant? The defense is trying to confuse you with multiple different arguments about what could have happened. Why could Nina have done this? There's only one thing at issue in this case, and that's what the defendant did to Nina on 5 different occasions. You have the confession, which defense is making a big point about. And I want you to remember one thing. That confession came from the defendant calling up Belinda Castellanos, asking her for a meeting so he can come in and confess. And Belinda told you he didn't write that, they wrote it, but they gave him every opportunity to read it, edit it for its truthfulness before he signed it, and signed in front of a witness as well. So consider that. You also heard Nina's testimony, and she has been consistent from the beginning. She told all of you that starting in 2006, there was only touching, which is corroborated by the defendant's own confession. Defense made a big deal about the dates and how she was still a virgin in 2006. Well, of course she was, because she's never told anybody anything different. The sexual abuse, the sexual penetration didn't start until 2011 after she turned 14. She told you all that, and that's corroborated by their own arguments. She was able to tell you that the first time she had sex with the defendant, when she lost her virginity, she was standing up. She remembered that detail. She told you in 2006, she remembers when he put his genitalia on her back, she felt it wet through her clothes. She remembered that detail. She has remembered details from each incident through 16 years that this has been going on. Her testimony is credible. None of her testimony has changed over the 16 years. And sure, she does have some flaws. She's not a perfect person, and she never claimed to be. She told you all upfront and honestly that she engaged in a relationship with the defendant when she was under the age of 17 years old. She admitted all of that. Why would she admit that if it wasn't true? Wouldn't it be more reasonable to believe that she was raped? And if she really wanted to make a lie and have people believe her, isn't that a little bit more believable? No, but she was honest with each and every one of you and told you that it was consensual. But again, remember, she's under the age of 17. She can't consent. But you know who should know right from wrong? The defendant. She admitted to running away. But what else would you expect from a child who's not protected by her parents? She's in a home where this abuse is being allowed to happen. What other choice does she have? And she admitted to not even being the perfect sister to Jacqueline. She admitted she harmed her physically. But the defense wants to throw out that she was sexually abusing Jacqueline. Where is the report? Where is any evidence that anything sexual happened between any of them other than Jacqueline's testimony? Who I will also remind you, as Travis told you, said that it depends whether or not you should lie in order to benefit yourself. You can't believe anything she said. And who has the motive to lie here? Does Nina? The defendant's not in her life anymore. She has no reason to get back at him. Her mom's not in her life anymore. She has no reason to get back at her. If she's trying to get him out of her life, he already is. You know who has the motive to lie here? The defendant. Because he's the one on trial here. He's the one that's facing time in prison. So of course he's going to lie. And his own family told you that sure, it depends. Maybe you should lie when it's going to benefit yourself. Each and every one of them told you that on the stand. But you know what they also said?
They also said they wouldn't admit to a crime that they didn't do, which is what the defendant wants you to believe he did. He wants you to believe he never did this, but he admitted to it to get his children back. First of all, again, that makes no sense. How would you put children back in the care of someone who just admitted they sexually abused a child? You also heard from Belinda that nobody took the children away from them. Santa took the children to her mother's house to get away from the defendant after he admitted that he sexually abused Nina. Ladies and gentlemen, use your common sense when you evaluate that confession. Does the defendant's story make sense? Or does it make more sense that he did that and wanted to confess to it? Everybody's been talking about failures today. And yes, Nina's been failed by all of the adults in her life. She was failed by the defendant, her stepdad, who sexually abused her and manipulated her family against her to the point where none of them believe her and are on her side. She's failed by her mother, who failed to protect her from the sexual abuse and allowed her admitted, confessed sexual abuser back into the home. And that was before the sexual abuse, the sexual penetration even occurred. She was failed by CPS, who, under the wrong assumption that Santa was going to protect Nina, allowed Nina back into the home. And they didn't follow up to know whether or not the defendant was back in the home. I'm urging all of you to not be an additional step of failure in Nina's life. She told you that she's okay with him getting probation.
Yes, I'm gonna object improper jury commitment. And in the closing argument, John.
All right, overruled.
What was that?
She said she's okay with probation because, like I said, she has nothing to gain. The defendant's already out of her life. What's the difference to her if he's in prison or not? But you don't have to consider that at this point. What I'm asking you to do is find the defendant guilty on all 5 counts and hold him accountable for his actions, which is what Nina said that she's still here 16 years later to do, even though she gets no benefit from this. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to let you retire back to the jury room. I'm going to ask for Alonso and Sosa, if you could remain behind, please. Everyone, please rise for the jurors. Please be seated. If I could see defense and state.
Okay. Let's see if she can say anything.
You're not allowed to do anything. You're not allowed to start deliberating.
No, that's it. So, are we ready? Are we ready for the verdict? I know Erin's been excited, so hopefully we are ready. Ready, let's get ready, let's get ready, let's get ready to rumble. Psych. And rumble. Everybody rumble. This goes straight into verdict. Look at this. You don't have to dwell or anything. I think a majority of people think he's guilty. It's like I push it over because I think he's not guilty. No, sorry, most people think he's not guilty. Sorry, not the other way around. All right. Are we ready? Are we steady? Are we go, 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 go? It's only 3 minutes. Share screen. Rudolph, no, wrong one. Share screen. Judge Stephanie Boyd. Right, here we go. The verdict is in, and we're about to view it. It is literally 3 minutes long. Here we go. Bam, bam. Obviously, they went away and stuff like that, but this was done late. Well, not late, but about 3 o'clock, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, 5 o'clock, 4, 5 o'clock Texas time,
Where
Central
is my
time
file?
on Friday.
I do not have the Thomas file. All right.
I think his family
Court is
behind him.
calling 2021 CR 4470, State of Texas versus Richard Thomas. Will have parties announced for the record for the state.
Ruben Rivera and Travis Green to the state.
Defense.
Dr. Bias, on behalf of the defendant, Richard Thomas.
Are you Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
All right, the deputy has informed the court that there is a verdict. There is to be no outburst from anyone. So please bear that in mind. If there is an outburst, then people are going to be excused from the courtroom. Does everyone understand? All right, let's bring them in.
All right, for the jury.
Do you think that's the victim behind the attorney? Like that one? Because she's the only one on that side. Do you think that's the victim? Because his family are all here. And I'm not sure who that is, but. Ooh. Okay. Aaron's there going, shut the get on with it.
All right, everyone, please be seated.
Yeah, I think so, Sarah P. Must be.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the court's understanding that you've reached a verdict in this matter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that verdict unanimous?
Yes.
All right, if you'll give the verdict form to the deputy, please. Thank you. Then will the defendant please rise? Count one, we the jury find the defendant Richard Thomas not guilty of count one. Count two, we the jury find the defendant Richard Thomas not guilty of count two. Count three, we the jury find the defendant Richard Thomas not guilty of count three. Count four, we the jury find the defendant Richard Thomas not guilty of count four. Count five, we the jury find the defendant Richard Thomas not guilty of count five. You may be seated. Would anyone wish to have the jury polled? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you back to the jury room and I will speak with you shortly.
she's going out.
And then state or the defense counsel may wish to speak to you as well. All right, everyone, please rise.
It must have been her because she just went straight out. It must have been her. Okay. That's a full trial done in about an hour the other day and about 6.5 hours today with a 45 minutes lunch break. It was quite confusing, the trial was, but I hope you enjoyed it. Well, I hope you enjoyed my company. Let's put it like that. I hope you enjoyed my company. I think it's a complex trial. Push them to knock it. I don't know. Well, I'd be honest with them. What pushed me, Dennis, is the fact that I was after before state rested. I was like, okay, I'm gonna be guilty here. But then seeing the defense, everyone, his wife, his stepdaughter, his daughter, oh sorry, his son, his sister-in-law, who's non-blood. Everyone's sticking up for him, saying, no, she's just an absolute liar. She makes this stuff up all the time. That, and especially that the stepsister was huge for me. So I would have gone not guilty. Which is, that's tough, to say that. But when the sister's testimony was strong, I thought the stepsister's one, when she's like, yeah, she tried to molest me as well and stuff like that. So that was quite strong. I just don't think that many people defend someone as much as they all defended him. So, there's no right or wrong here. I say it's pretty much split. Some people guilty, some people not guilty. That's my explanation. I think when I weigh everything up, I just have to go. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt, so I have to go not guilty on it. But I was not guilty. I was. I had to walk it back, and took a lot to walk it back, and I did. So yeah. But anyway, that's where we're at. I'm not sure what we're doing tomorrow though. I'll probably just decide in the morning or just beforehand what we do tomorrow. I'm not sure. Or don't know. I think I'll stream tomorrow. But I don't know what I'm going to do because we've got this thing on Wednesday, hopefully streamed, about the Ford trial. See if that's happening again. Thursday there's a trial. I wouldn't mind watching, but it all depends on if it's being streamed. And then we got the Melly trial on Friday. If not, that should be streamed. I imagine. I didn't watch the first one, so I might watch it this time just to see. So yeah, that's where we're at. Anyway, I don't know what else to say. Thank you for everybody that's been here. I mean, I know a few of you said hello and stuff like that, so I'm grateful for that. Not going to keep you. I hope you enjoyed that. I did enjoy that because it's something that trials being we can watch it all in one day, not spread over 3 days. So I might even do another one of these tomorrow, depending if I can find one that lasts a day, not like to go, I don't know, like over 2 days or something. But I don't know. Maybe we will. We'll see. We'll see. I'll work something out. So with that, it's a complex trial, complex family. I haven't got a clue what this family are going to do moving forward. I hope they can reconcile and stuff like that, but I have no idea. It just sounds like a weird family. Oh, we've all got weird families, so it's not like, but this is just a bit too weird. But anyway, let's close it at that. Erin, hope you get better. Hope you get some soup down you, and yeah, hope you get better. Everyone else, as Sahara says, is right here. Thanks for being here, everyone. Thanks, Dylan. We'll see you all next time around. Hopefully tomorrow, guys. If not Wednesday, but hopefully tomorrow. So with that, thank you, Sarah, as well for modding today. And yeah, take care, guys. Jack, see you later, Jack, and Sean. See you later as well. Then, take care, buddy. Everyone else, have a good evening.